In the darkness of the night, bathed in the gentle light of the moon, stands a lonely woman, driven by a tireless desire for something extraordinary. A hooded figure kneels on the ground, wielding a gleaming sword, shrouded in darkness as if emerging from the shadows. The soldiers fall to the ground, their expressions frozen in shock and fear as a mysterious force, invisible and powerful, strikes them without warning. In the midst of the chaos on the battlefield, men screamed and horses veered, their faces filled with terror as they confronted the ominous danger lurking in the shadows of the night. The man's face, having witnessed unspeakable horror, is distorted with terror as he urgently begs his comrades to flee, his own instincts driving him to avoid the imminent danger. A fierce battle, swords shine and soldiers fall, and the desperate cry of a man is heard on the battlefield. The woman in royal robes looks on, alarmed and concerned, her question hanging in the air as the turmoil of conflict unfolds before her. In the dead of night, a piercing scream escapes her lips, a manifestation of the horror that has overwhelmed her. The sight before her is simply horrifying. A mask of horror is imprinted on her face as the harsh truth of violence strikes her to the very depths of her being. A man stands with his sword, his long hair loose, a look of determination on his face as he prepares to confront an invisible opponent. In an instant, the woman's eyes reflect a deep sense of fear, reflecting the imminent danger that surrounds her and her struggle against the encroaching darkness. In the darkness of the night, Nazar's piercing blue eyes stand out. The eerie glow suggests that he is no ordinary man, hinting at untold secrets. The scene focuses on Nazar's eye, displaying text that translates as blue eyes. The reference to Nazar, which means sight in some Slavic languages, plays on the thematic elements of vision and perception. Rosetta, with golden hair and bright green eyes, seems to realize something important after meeting Nazar. Her face expresses sudden understanding, indicating a significant revelation. The woman exclaims in surprise, which translates as, "Good." The shock on her face indicates an unexpected event or realization, perhaps related to the central story. A beautiful woman gazes into the distance, her green eyes full of emotion. The sunset creates a warm backdrop to her contemplative mood, hinting at a significant evening to come. Nazar is seen in action, his posture and the movement around him suggesting a quick, decisive move. This is a moment caught in the midst of what appears to be conflict or flight. In the purple hue of the night, the character reflects on what could have been, pondering the decisions and chance encounters that led to the present moment. Nazar's face shows his intense gaze and the rain around him, hinting at a dramatic moment filled with tension and perhaps some foreboding. Rosetta appears angelic, surrounded by a mystical light. Her expression is calm, hinting at a possible inner peace or a key moment of clarity. The carriage waits in a calm environment, foreshadowing a journey or significant departure. The calm environment contrasts with the previous scenes of action and tension. Rosetta, a girl with golden hair, stands by the open window, looking out at the lush greenery. She inhales deeply, anticipating the smells of fresh grass. In a moment of delight, Rosetta introduces herself as Rosetta Wilmar Fleece, with a bright smile and sparkling eyes, surrounded by flowers. With excitement in her eyes, Rosetta looks out the tram window as she sees for the first time the scenery that was inaccessible to her, exclaiming praise for the beautiful view and the new freedom. Leaning softly against the window frame, Rosetta, adorned with her hat, quietly reflects on the delicate sense of fresh grass, her expression calm and thoughtful. Rosetta finally feels free. The carriage drives away, marking her departure from everything that once held her back, her heart glowing as the leaves float around her. Her imposing husband, Rosetta's father, sternly reminds her that she must not participate in anything, his words carrying the weight of expectation and authority. Standing in the sunlight, Rosetta's father assures her not to worry about things that are beyond her control, assuring her that they will take care of everything else themselves. Rosetta stands before her father, dressed in blue, expressing a desire to share a bond similar to siblings, while outside her father commands respect and attention. In close-up, Rosetta listens attentively to her father, who says that the time will come when she will have something to do, but it is still too early. The grandeur of the kingdom and the man who rules it is revealed. Rosetta's father, a powerful figure in royal robes who looks out over his domain. Rosetta stands in the midst of a grand celebration, but she feels out of place, without need for the luxury around her. The scene around her is exquisitely elegant, but her heart is not in it. We then see Rosetta alone at the window, lost in thought. The soft light casts a gentle glow on her, highlighting the sense of longing in her heart for something more than the royal life she knows. In the bright, airy room, Rosetta can be seen working hard at her desk, surrounded by books and scrolls. She has followed in her sister's footsteps, delving into politics and magic, now a crown princess in her own right. Rosetta's brother, a stern and imposing figure, sits astride a horse. He is dressed in military regalia, a man of high rank. The air around him is filled with power and respect. We find Rosetta at the table, stunned by a proposal of marriage from a nobleman named Isella. Her face expresses surprise and intent as he considers the unexpected offer. An old man in a red uniform hands Rosetta a document with a smug smile. He questions her maturity, implying that she is old enough to make her own decisions, perhaps about marriage. Rosetta, elegantly dressed in a pink dress and wide-brimmed hat, looks overcome with emotion. She seems to be struggling with an inner turmoil, perhaps about her future. In the luxurious carriage, Rosetta sits gracefully but preoccupied. The movement of the carriage and the plush interior suggest travel, but her thoughts are elsewhere. The nanny, solicitous and matronly, approaches Rosetta with a concerned air, offering her fresh air. It is clear that she has been a constant source of comfort and support in Rosetta's life. Finally, we witness a young man at a huge party, clutching his head in horror. He must have had too much to drink because he complains that he needs fresh air, and his face shows signs of discomfort and regret. Rosetta, with golden hair, excitedly insists on traveling together, while her nurse looks on, feeling ill, worried about what the journey will cost her. As the elegant carriage drives away, Rosetta comments on the unexpected change in their destination, and her nanny quietly despairs over the lack of an ocean. Rosetta expresses a desire for someone to see, hinting at a plan, looking out the carriage window, lost in thought. The nanny, looking sad, discusses their purpose, and Rosetta informs her that the lands have long been part of the kingdom, to her surprise. Outside, Alan calls from the top of his horse, addressing Rosetta as a princess and checking any instructions, ready to serve. Rosetta, worried, asks Alan for medicine, pointing out that her nanny may need help due to the rigors of the journey. The nanny complains to Alan that the medicine has not relieved her discomfort, with Alan humorously pointing out that he is a financier, not a doctor. Alan, a little disappointed, reminds the nanny that she shouldn't have taken the medication on an empty stomach, which she apparently did despite his advice. Rosetta watches from the carriage as Alan points out the mistake regarding the medicine to Nanny, while Nanny looks on, embarrassed by the omission. The nanny seems to momentarily become aware of the medication as Alan patiently explains how to take them correctly, highlighting the confusion. In a sunny, luxurious setting, a man in military uniform appears shaken as he drives a carriage after overhearing an argument behind him. Inside the carriage, a startled woman named Rosetta is blamed for causing the commotion. Rosetta's nurse, a mature woman, shouts out sharply, threatening to teach Rosetta a lesson. The scene unfolds inside an ornate carriage as Rosetta looks on, unentertained by her nurse's theatrics. The perspective changes to a stunning view from above of a carriage traveling through a lush green landscape. Two figures watch from afar, suggesting an escape from the constraints of natural opulence. Rosetta beams with joy, her face illuminated by the sun, as she asks someone off-panel if they are feeling better. Her bright eyes and smile suggest relief and happiness. A nanny, sitting on the shore of a quiet lake, admits to a man that her age makes traveling difficult. Her humility is palpable in her posture and facial expression. Standing by the water, Rosetta teases her nanny about her fear of potential marriage proposals, while the nanny sits looking tired and perhaps a little worried about the topic. Rosetta is shown looking sad and a little pensive as she rules out the idea of marriage, showing a prearrangement with her father. At the moment of revelation, the nanny appears delighted, relieved, and grateful, indicating that she may have understood or accepted something important about Rosetta's situation. A striking young man with piercing eyes and an air of nobility, he is described as next in line to a significant legacy, his demeanor exuding a mixture of kindness and attractiveness. The nanny is concerned about the young man's merits as a man, while Rosetta playfully acknowledges the nanny's efforts to find matchmakers. The nanny, her eyes filled with sadness, regrets the necessity of their journey. She confides in Rosetta, revealing her inner unrest, feeling that the journey lacks purpose and direction. Nanny looks at Rosetta piteously, her blue eyes searching for an answer. She defies the rules that bind her, the restrictions that have marked her tired expression all her life. Rosetta, adorned with a sunlit bonnet, listens as her nurse questions the fairness of the donations between brother and sister. Rosetta's silence speaks volumes, hinting that she is thinking deeply about her nurse's prospects. In a moment of tenderness, the nanny squeezes Rosetta's hand, her face becoming a soft mask of reassurance. This gesture conveys the depth of their relationship, permeated with mutual affection and understanding. The nanny, with a sad smile, reminds Rosetta that they will always be children in the eyes of their parents, a statement underscored by the quiet greenery that surrounds them, emphasizing the strength of their bond. As they walk across the sun-drenched lawn, Nanny shares her worries about her childcare responsibilities. Rosetta, lost in thought, listens but seems distant, her mind perhaps wandering to other concerns. The atmosphere lightens when the nanny suggests a quiet ride in the carriage. It seems that the previous conversation has weakened her spirit a little, suggesting a break from their previous conversation. Rosetta's previously calm demeanor turns to intrigue as she notices something unexpected. She adjusts her hat, an action that indicates her growing interest in the new development. A sense of urgency permeates as the rider approaches speed. The nanny watches, concerned, with her shield under her arm, sensing the significance of the rider's haste. Rosetta, now visibly surprised, lifts her hat to get a better view of the approaching figure. The sense of anticipation becomes palpable as the rider approaches, signaling that something important is about to happen. Rosetta, with her golden hair and wide-brimmed hat, stops and seems to sense someone approaching. Her nurse, a mature woman, acknowledges the presence of another, agreeing that someone is indeed coming towards them. The nanny asks if Rosetta understands the language spoken by the person approaching her. With an air of curiosity, Rosetta simply replies, "Well?" Nazrania, meaning a request for further information or clarification. The man on horseback is surprised to see a woman riding recklessly. He doubts whether the woman is really acting so fearlessly, as it is unusual for that time. The illustration delights in Rosetta's shining-eyed revelation, as she declares that women too can ride with such freedom and skill, challenging traditional gender roles. The rider urges his mount to gallop faster, his expression tense and focused, perhaps in response to Rosetta's previous display of equestrian skill. A dark, mysterious figure emerges, marked by a bright, ominous symbol, indicating the presence or entity of considerable power and possibly evil intent. Rosetta looks up at the stars, her hat missing, revealing her long, flowing hair. Her expression combines wonder and longing, hinting at aspirations beyond the norm. A young man, surprised and perhaps worried, screams. His facial expression is one of alarm, suggesting that something unexpected or urgent has happened. When confronted by the dragon's menacing figure, Rosetta and Nanny appear small and vulnerable. The dragon's glowing red eyes indicate that it is a fearsome and possibly threatening force. Rosetta, with her golden hair, shows a shocked expression. She lets out a gasp as her unique eye catches the viewer's attention. The mood changes as Rosetta appears stunned, tears flowing, and her silence suggests a cry of fear or grief. The eerie reflection shows not Rosetta, but a terrible creature with an open mouth, roaring powerfully in the depths of the mirror. In contrast, Rosie rides gracefully, leaping into the air with poise and confidence, the sunlight casting an almost ethereal glow around them. Rosie is faced with a sudden, terrifying explosion, his defensive position catching him off guard by the unexpected blast. Kneeling gracefully, Rosie gestures politely to the lady in the lush field, demonstrating respect and poise in the tranquil setting. With an intent gaze, Rosie masterfully paints her bow, her posture, and the calm greenery around her, leading to a moment of calm focus. The trio, including Rosetta, approach the waterfall's captivating spirit with awe, the natural wonders inspiring a tranquil atmosphere. Rosetta expresses concern for her invisible companion, her question filled with anxiety about their condition. Relief washes over Rosetta's face during the light-hearted dialogue that confirms her companion is unharmed and ends on a note of gentle humor. Rosetta looks on in disbelief, her green eyes wide as she struggles to understand the foreign language, a glowing aura framing her shock. Rose, kneeling in the grass, looks up, confused and amazed as she recognizes the language Rosetta speaks, defying his expectations. In a quiet meadow, Rosetta, her dress flowing, questions the group about their knowledge of her language, hinting at a mysterious connection. Rose kneels on the ground, listening attentively to the poised Rosetta, her posture betokening her noble birth and gentle demeanor. Rosetta kneels before Rosie, assuring her with a compassionate smile that her help is given free of charge, without expectation of reward. Rosetta, surrounded by her group, refuses any compensation for her actions, insisting on her selfless nature, and Rose listens, touched by the gesture. Rosie responds to Rosetta's inquiry about her injury with a simple, "Ah." Zrania, her face a mixture of pain and gratitude for the concern shown. With a look of confusion and slight denial, Rosie cannot understand how the group, seemingly local, could have failed to notice Rosetta's unique presence. Rosetta learns of the lake's dangerous reputation, its surface glittering as she hears tales of monsters lurking beneath, a note of caution in the air. As night covers the sky, Rosie whispers of monsters, her fear palpable in the darkness, heightening the sense of foreboding and wonder. A pair of polished boots stand amidst a sparkle of lights, suggesting that someone has made a grand or sudden appearance. The accompanying text suggests surprise or realization. A young man with short black hair, identified as Alan, looks at him curiously, inviting a closer look. His uniform suggests a formal or military context. A young woman with chestnut hair, Rose, is seen in profile. She appears thoughtful with a soft "oh," indicating a tender recognition or awareness. Rosetta, a young woman with golden hair, pleads earnestly, clasping her hands. She asks for trust in Alan's expertise, her expression a mixture of hope and expectation. Raj seems cautiously optimistic when responding to someone off-panel. Her gaze is direct, but her words suggest she'll give in when it doesn't hurt. Surrounded by a green background, the group is engaged in a discussion. The text above suggests a sense of urgency or a problem solving the problem associated with the carriage. Alan reassures the headmaid with a skeptical look. His confidence is obvious, contrasting with her doubts. His reassurance is interrupted by the word confident in the dialogue prompt. A splash of light, Alan smiles confidently as he reflects on the correctness of his diagnosis. His pride in his conclusion is obvious. Rosie looks up, her expression full of worry and self-doubt, wondering if her actions were really helpful. Alan, seen from behind, is talking to Rosetta and another woman. The cab driver's dialogue heightens the urgency of the scene, hinting at an impending deadline. Alan stands confidently, the sunlight shining on him as he proclaims his intentions, his words reflecting a determined determination. Rosetta, full of admiration, enthusiastically praises Alan, her brisk gestures emphasizing his achievements. She clings to his hand. While speaking to a dark figure, Rosetta, dressed in royal attire, notes the secrecy of her royal persona, her stance portraying a mixture of power and pleading. The carriage, illuminated by a golden glow with Rosetta inside, conveys the beginning of a magical journey surrounded by an aura of charm. Rosie expresses her gratitude with a warm smile, her thanks expressing genuine appreciation amidst the grandeur of the lavish gathering. Rosetta reassures Rosa. Her goodwill is evident as she insists on the need for their hospitality, her goodwill shining through. Roj invites someone to stay the night with a soft smile, her offer reflecting both thoughtfulness and warmth. Sitting close together, Rosetta and Rosie engage in a personal dialogue, the intimacy of their conversation suggesting a pleasant company. Rose teases about potential nocturnal vivacity with a playful smile, her premonition pointing to some pleasant excitement ahead. Rosetta's nanny reacts with a grin to the possibility of nighttime surprises, and her expression expresses gentle amusement in the cozy atmosphere. The sudden news of today's wedding takes the character by surprise, raising curiosity about future celebrations. Rosetta, with her golden hair loose, is stunned, questioning the peculiarity of a wedding taking place under cover of night, her confusion echoing the strange time. Rose, whose chestnut hair frames her face, explains their tradition of night weddings, giving Rosetta a glimpse into her clan's unique customs. The story unfolds to reveal that Rosetta is of noble birth, the daughter of a Sac tribe chieftain, making her a person of considerable stature in her community. In the middle of the field, Rosie comments that she is leaving the place because of a wedding, hinting at her personal connection to the long-standing tradition of outdoor weddings. The evening air is tense, with Rosie's remark that there is probably panic among the wedding attendees, indicating an unseen commotion raging in the distance. Looking for a momentary escape, Rosie admits she simply needs a breath of fresh air, signaling a break from the heavy events of the wedding. A sense of unease grips Rosetta as she expresses concern for her fiancé's safety, pointing out the violent turn of events that has put someone in danger. In the moment of revelation, Rosetta is confronted with the reality of the bride's misfortune, her compassion for the situation clearly depicted on her face. The character who asserts the importance of honesty hints at a deeper, more sincere conversation that takes place in the middle of a night of unexpected events. Rosetta, with her golden hair, is frightened, declaring that she does not want to marry. Her nurse, an elderly woman, looks at her with concern, deep in thought. Rosie, a brunette girl, discovers a startling fact. Her future husband is 30 years older than her, which prompts her to flee on horseback in a desperate escape. A secret conversation takes place in which it is explained that the union was chosen to strengthen tribal power, an alliance created by marriage, but not by desire. The tribal chief, who was supposed to be appeased by the marriage, soon dies, and the decision to marry is made hastily, under the shadow of his death. Rosetta, with tears in her eyes, reflects on her unwanted marriage, noticing the incredible resemblance between herself and her guardian. In a heartfelt moment, Rosie admits that she talks too much, and in an attempt to learn more, she asks her caretaker to tell her about himself. Rosetta introduces herself by name, and her caretaker is overcome with emotion, correcting Rosetta that her real name is not being revealed. The caretaker, with tears streaming down her face, expresses touching feelings, calling Rosetta a wonderful daughter. The carriage waits under the starry sky, hinting at the beginning of the journey, a key moment frozen in time. As the carriage arrives, the announcement of Lady Rosie's arrival is heard, signifying an important arrival on a glittering night. Rosetta and the man stand under the stars. He cries, saying they thought something had happened to her when she didn't come back. She looks down, perhaps feeling guilty or sad. In the forest, Rosetta tells the child who is looking at him with a determined look that he must find their father, revealing his protective side. The focus on the child's gaze shows the child looking at Rosetta, hinting at a sense of hope or anticipation. The scene shifts to show a man screaming in rage surrounded by a red aura, indicating a moment of strong emotion or transformation. The group, including a shocked young woman and an older woman, look in fear at something off-screen, assuming they have witnessed an unexpected and possibly horrific event. Rosetta kneels, defeated, as the man questions her appearance in a critical tone, emphasizing the moment of confrontation and humiliation. A man with an angry expression accuses Rosetta of intending to destroy their family, indicating a deep conflict. As the man yells at her, Rosetta clutches her head, stunned by his words, showing her distress. The man continues his verbal attack, berating Rosetta, but she is defended by the other, indicating a clash of points of view. In a calm setting, a beautiful woman against a backdrop of flowers says, "It's my fault," perhaps indicating a moment of realization. In the dim evening light, Rosetta stands with a surprised look as Alan holds her hand, introducing them to an elegantly dressed woman. With the burning carriage in the background, Alan stands in front of Rosetta, protecting her, confronting the invisible threat with determination in his posture. Under the night sky, Rosetta, dressed in an elaborate pink dress, is approached by Alan, who seems concerned as they exchange words about being outsiders in this area. Around a campfire, Rosetta reveals their identity to a group of skeptical locals, explaining that they are travelers from the kingdom of Ace. In a tender scene, Rosetta, with a hint of sadness in her eyes, begs for help, revealing that her daughter was injured, saving them from the monster. Amidst a tense, passionate discussion, Alan questions the effectiveness of the makeshift bandages, hinting that they are able to move afterwards. In a moment of revelation, Alan reveals an old superstition, still believed by locals, involving the hunting and expulsion of so-called good pranksters. As he rides away at night, the figure on horseback carries a wounded man illuminated by a mysterious light, hinting at secret traditions still practiced in some places. The conversation with the bride's relatives takes place in a pastoral setting, under a flag with a characteristic emblem indicating negotiations or traditions involving the community. Alan helps Rosetta mount her horse before they set off, signaling a journey or escape under the starry sky. In a dimly lit room, a stern-faced man in fur-trimmed military fatigues asks his subordinates, his words filled with seriousness and foreboding, "Can you imagine what you've done?" Under a night sky, a woman with loose golden hair, Rosetta, hands a pair of white gloves to a grim-faced man while a dismissive older woman watches. Rosetta looks forward, her eyes reflecting a vibrant green, full of complex emotions that leave her speechless, as if in a moment of profound realization. Standing among blooming flowers, Rosetta, dressed in an elegant pink dress, ponders the possibility of persuading her husband's side to reduce their demands, her expression a mixture of hope and uncertainty. In a shadow-filled room, a man with a grim expression orders the brown-haired Rose to wait there. His tone suggests a serious conversation about the tribe's expectations. Roga stands in the darkness, her face a mixture of worry and resignation, as she softly acknowledges her father's presence, hinting at a troubled relationship. Surrounded by a circle of spectators on a cold night, Rose and Rosetta, embracing in a moment of comfort, stand in the center as a man asks about Rosie's condition. In a moment of vulnerability, Rosie expresses her concerns to Rosetta about the expectations of the groom's tribe, and her eyes betray the fear that the marriage is fragile. While Rosetta sits with the older couple, there are talks of alliances and unifications with another tribe, involving a strategic marriage against a backdrop of political intrigue. Rosie's words reflect deep fear as she compares the threat of an imminent attack to the terrifying roar of a lion, her profile captured against the soft light coming through the window. The lands, long under the rule of the most powerful king, are protected by knights in armor from any threat. Recently, the developing country on the opposite side has begun to gain strength. Its shadow figures are growing in power. Compared to the northern peoples known for their ferocity, the character of this newborn nation is even more cruel and ruthless. The kingdom convinced these stern men to protect its borders by hiring them as bodyguards against the coming cold. The Quat clan gains influence, their power merging with other tribes led by the young but already infamous commander Nazar Quat. At the court meeting, the valor of the army under the young commander's leadership is recognized, especially for the victory over the northern Katanas. In a room filled with soft light, Alan asks if Nazar is really a young commander, and Rosetta, with her golden locks, looks at him in surprise. Recognizing the exceptional nature of Nazar's actions, the young commander appears among the nobility, confirming his personality with poise. The conversation returns to the rarity of such perfection in the Quat bloodline, hinting at the many stories surrounding Nazar's reputation. Alan asks Rosetta, taken aback, if she knows Nazar, to which she hesitantly admits that she has heard rumors of his cruel behavior in the war. Alan stands among the crowd with an unwavering expression as rumors of his coolness circulate, indicating a man who is unaffected by either warmth or gloom. Rosie expresses her concern, stating that the marriage, which is likely arranged for power, promises a secluded future, hinting at the network of alliances already leaning towards Alan. Rosetta's nurse seems deeply concerned as she discusses the complexity of their predicament, and Rosetta listens intently, her eyes reflecting her mind working on a possible solution. With a glimmer of mischief, Rosetta suggests a bold idea, considering using decoys at her wedding, hinting at a playful escape from her duties. The nanny, looking out over the dimly lit evening scene, supports Rosetta's bold plan, seeing in the shadows her ally in deception. Rosetta casts a skeptical glance, doubting the feasibility of Rosetta's plan, while Rosetta herself seems confident, not questioned in Rosetta's eyes. In the shadow of the evening's festivities, a secret plot to swap brides is unfolding, and Rose is ready to take Rosetta's place. During a lighter moment, Rosetta jokes with Alan about potential wedding night accidents, playfully bringing up his injury to diffuse the tension. The nanny and another guest laugh, amused by the idea that Alan, in his drunken state, is unaware of the events of his wedding night. The story reaches its climax as the wedding night approaches, when the women are ready to make their transition under the guise of celebration, a ruse that is ready to change their destinies. In the large room stands a man, suggesting that the only option left is the double. Rosetta and another woman listen to him, as if considering the situation. Rosetta, dressed in a sparkling pink dress, looks delighted with joy, her eyes closed and her hands clasped. She insists that there is little time left and they must quickly gather the girls. As night falls, two women stand by the fire, one of whom triumphs, proclaiming her victory. Rosie is shown with a surprised look as someone off-camera announces that she is not happy with the choice. She has been chosen. The older woman shows a resigned smile, realizing that her age does not allow her to be chosen. Together, Rosie, the old woman, and the others seem disappointed by their refusal, wondering what to do next, while Rosetta looks at them with a worried expression. Rosetta thinks to herself in hope that they need to find more people, her gaze hinting at urgency. Rosetta admits that she only took her maid with her, surprising everyone. Rosetta looks upset when she realizes that they have only one option left. The seriousness of the situation is clearly visible on her face. The woman comments that the height matches Rosetta, but they still need a slim girl with long hair, which adds another criterion to their search. At a noisy party, Rosetta stands confused, her long golden locks falling down as she collides with Rose, who seems startled, shouting a single word out of surprise. The chatter around them indicates the high energy of the gathering. Rosetta is the center of attention, her green eyes wide with embarrassment as she asks why everyone is looking at her. Her elegant pink dress and striking appearance make her the center of attention among the swirl of flowers and light. Surprise turns to recognition as Rosie urgently calls out Rosetta's name, her hand outstretched in disbelief, underlining the urgency of the situation. Their gazes lock in a moment of intense connection. During a close encounter, brown-haired Rosie begs Rosetta to become her double. The closeness of their faces indicates the seriousness of her request. Rosetta, now in shock, repeats the word double in disbelief as she realizes Rosie's suggestion. The background is interrupted by floral images, highlighting her surprise. The scene suddenly changes to a dark night, where a cry of refusal, "No, no way!" echoes, accompanied by the sounds of gunshots. The silhouettes of people running contrast with the bright flashes behind them. The woman, Rosetta's nurse, is horrified by the word double, illustrating a shocking twist even to those familiar with Rosetta. The dark, ominous background heightens her fear. Rosetta, in a different setting, radiates calm and determination. Surrounded by bright flowers, she reassures someone that there is nothing to worry about, and they have an agreement. During a heartfelt conversation, Rosetta's nanny is reassured by the young woman who confidently tells her that everything will be fine and that she was not mistaken. Warm colors create a calming atmosphere. The nanny, desperate and pleading, tells Rosetta about the poisoning of the bride. Her expression and the gloomy decor of the room emphasize the seriousness of the situation under discussion. Rosetta stands in front of the mirror, her wedding dress is lace and elegance. She reflects on the dress, its imitation a bitter reminder of cultural traditions and expectations. In a moment of vulnerability, a man in noble attire clutches his forehead, a worried expression on his face. He worries about the consequences if the kingdom learns of certain secrets. Rosetta looms over an elderly woman, her nurse, sitting in a rocking chair. She asks if she can be carried away, asking what will happen to her companion. The nanny assures the young woman with the tiara that the secret will be kept silent, even if a man eavesdrops from behind a column, the promise hanging in the air. The nanny solemnly promises Rosetta to keep her secret, unaware that the eavesdropper has overheard everything as he peeks out from behind the screen. A chestnut-haired woman bursts into the room, exclaiming in delight. Her sudden appearance seems to take everyone by surprise. Rosetta faces the brunette newcomer, expressing gratitude for her support, her expression a mixture of relief and appreciation. The brunette hugs Rosetta tenderly, promising to always remember her help, her face flushed with emotion. Rosetta reflects on her decision surrounded by flowers, and the weight of her choice is evident in her contemplative gaze. A grateful Rosetta thanks the brown-haired woman, sincerely hugging her, expressing her deep gratitude for the help she received. Rosetta, with her golden locks, excitedly tells her nanny what she wants to give to someone, clasping her hands as if praying. The nanny looks on with a caring, almost protective attitude. Hiding at night, Alan peeks out from behind a tree, hoping not to be seen by the bride's party. He is on horseback, shrouded in darkness, the bright moon illuminating the scene. Under the cover of night, a lantern glows brightly, symbolizing the search for bridesmaids under the guidance of the stars. The stage exudes charm, with twinkling lights and a calm atmosphere. Rosetta stands under the starry night sky, holding a lantern with a mysterious yet gentle smile on her face. Her eyes shine like the stars above, hinting at untold secrets. Rosetta, wrapped in her wedding veil, reassures her worried nanny that all is not as it seems. Despite the tension, the softness of the night is felt around them. The nanny, worried and concerned, suggests to Rosetta that perhaps they should take other action, her face a mixture of worry and urgency. Rosetta holds a glowing knife and ponders how to wield it to devastating effect. Her expression is calm, but her eyes are determined, hinting at an inner strength and a plan. Rosetta's nanny expresses disbelief that such a night could have happened, while Rosetta questions Alan's whereabouts. Torches crackle in the background, lending a sense of urgency to the conversation. Alan rides through the night, his silhouette framed against the starry sky. His posture suggests haste and a hint of desperation, hinting at the urgent business that awaits him. Under the glow of blooming flowers and the ethereal glow of the night, Rosetta expresses her intention to express gratitude for someone's return, her face calm but thoughtful. Rosetta, adorned with a lace veil, reacts with surprise when she receives unexpected news from Amen, her eyes shining with emotion. In the Great Hall, Alan, with his short, neat black hair, makes an important discovery, and his face is a mixture of surprise and intent. Rosetta clasps her hands, hoping fervently for something. Her anguish is palpable in her tense posture and the serious expression on her face. A determined Alan pledges to fulfill any wishes during their journey, his face set in determination to fulfill his promise. When this is understood, Rosetta learns of Alan's intention to support her, and relief appears on her face, her eyes softening in gratitude. Moved by this gesture, Rosetta is quietly grateful, her closed eyes and calm expression indicating her deep gratitude. A scene of urgency unfolds as the riders ride furiously through the night, their movement swift and purposeful under the starry sky. The silence of the night is broken by a call. A voice demands that the riders stop, introducing a moment of tension and uncertainty. Rosetta seeks answers from her nanny about the disturbing sounds, her face a mixture of confusion and worry under the moonlight. Rosetta watches the night with a sense of unease, her intuition giving her a hint that something is wrong. Nazar and his fellow soldiers rush through the dark forest, stop signs flashing amid the flurry of traffic. Their determination is evident as they gallop through their mission. The intensity of the chase leads to a stumbling block. A young soldier lies on the ground, his face twisted in fear, screaming for help as chaos unfolds around him. Rosetta, poised and calm, stands to the side. The sounds of conflict reach her, causing a puzzled reaction as she wonders about the origin of the commotion. Rosetta's elegance is evident against the night as she stops, alarmed by distant cries of quarreling, her anxiety growing. A dark figure on horseback commands the scene with his ominous presence, the clash of swords highlighting the danger the soldiers face. Nazar faces a powerful foe as his comrades are defeated, their desperate cries and the clanking of metal underscoring the ferocity of the battle. As the battle escalates, Rosetta's stricken expression reveals her fear. The night is alive with the sounds of conflict, its outcome unknown. Stunned, the soldiers lie scattered across the ground, their collective defeat palpable in their cries of hopelessness. Rosetta stands resolutely, bound by a magical barrier. Above her, a pop-up message warns of approaching danger. Nazar clutches his shining sword, ready for battle. The tension in his stance suggests he is on the verge of springing into action. A mysterious figure on horseback, shrouded in darkness, rides furiously under the moonlit sky, their cloak fluttering behind them. Rosetta appears to be badly wounded, supported by an ally as they are surrounded by a fiery battlefield, urgently calling for haste. Under cover of night, Rosetta and her companion choose a secret path, illuminated only by the soft light of nearby lanterns. Nazar's face is determined, his blue eyes focused forward, indicating a clear sense of purpose and intensity. In a flash of action, the man raises his sword, shouts in defiance or challenge, ready to engage in a desperate fight. The silhouette of a horseman gallops, his sword dragging in the light, while in the foreground a fallen enemy futilely reaches out his hand. Looking down shows the character directing an influx of energy, possibly casting a powerful spell as dark leaves swirl around. A shadowed, cloaked figure stands over Rosetta, who is enveloped in radiant energy, suggesting a protective or healing power at work. In a moment frozen in time, hands join with the promise of warmth, their union glowing on a cosmic canvas where the words "attention" glow brightly, hinting at a mysterious meaning. Wide-eyed with sudden fear, Rosetta's expression records the moment of shock as her name pulses into the night, an eerie glow illuminating her face in the encroaching darkness. An outstretched hand to the nanny grants authority, a stern white prompt demands attention with one word that resonates with irresistibility. As the scene changes, the cloaked figure rushes frantically across the dark landscape, their hurried steps punctuated by a sharp exclamation cutting through the silence, an echo of pain in the shadows. The nanny's face is etched with heartache, her plea for silence a sharp departure from her previous resolve, revealing a vulnerability as deep as her previous authority. Under the magic of the night, a figure in blue breaks through ahead, silhouetted sharp against the whispering leaves, and the cry to stop hangs in the air like a ghost. Rosetta, drawn by the mysterious figure in blue, protests against her fate, her declaration, "I am not a bride," resonating as a bold challenge to her uncertain future. An insistent whisper of silence falls from the cloaked figure, their presence both a shield and a shackle for Rosetta to do nothing but let out a quiet cry, a stark contrast to her previous outburst. A single tear glistens on Rosetta's cheek, reflecting the moonlight as she whispers a plea, her vulnerability exposed in the tender plea of her gaze, begging for the compassion this night owes her. In the silence that has settled, Rosetta's eyes, filled with silent tears, seek mercy. Her voice barely whispers on the canvas of the night. Her pleas hang by a thread along with the decision of the approaching kidnapper. Rosetta looks dismayed in close-up, and Nazar speaks to her softly but firmly, his tone indicating a warning. He warns her to remain silent to avoid falling and getting hurt. Under the shining moon, the duo quickly escapes on horseback. Nazar is focused and calm, while Rosetta, who has fallen over on her horse in front of him, appears to be losing consciousness or in a state of deep shock. Nazar warns Rosetta in a serious tone, telling her to keep quiet if she doesn't want to fall and hurt herself. Rosetta's face, illuminated by the moonlight, reflects fear, and her green eyes are wide with apprehension. The urgency grows as Nazar spurred his horse into a gallop, and the word haste escapes him. Rosetta, pressed tightly against him, looks upset and overwhelmed by the situation. There is a chase in the middle of the night. A third character, Rita, confirms to Nazar that there is no problem with the pursuers, while Rosetta seems to know nothing, focused on escape. Nazar is wary, checking over his shoulder for signs of pursuit. He notes that the people from the side of Rosetta's man are still at a distance. Companion Rita assures Nazar that everything was done according to his instructions. Meanwhile, Rosetta, looking back, seems to be struggling with the reality of the situation. The power of Nazar's name becomes evident when a character uses it to instantly calm a hostile group, demonstrating Nazar's authority and influence. Rosetta is shocked by the realization, wondering if she has been mistaken for someone else. Her face is one of confusion and surprise. As the escape continues, Rosetta tries to explain her intentions, but Nazar appears shocked by her revelation, causing tension between them. In a dimly lit scene, Nazar, a man with a confident smile and wearing a dress uniform and badge, asks rhetorically whether a body double was used at a wedding that is crucial to the future of his tribe. Rosetta, a woman with golden hair and a wedding veil, looks upset and lost in thought. She sadly admits that no one believes her. Under the night sky, Nazar wants to take Rosetta with him, but a cloaked figure briefly reminds him that he is not interested in women. Nazar's group, cloaked and mounted on horses, remains silent, prompting Nazar to challenge their loyalty and question their haste. Sitting on horseback, the cloaked figures ponder Rosetta's fate, suspecting that Nazar may have a plan for her. Nazar, daring and illuminated by a mysterious light, refuses to mock, insisting on the honor of his alter ego. Nazar confronts a dark figure about Rosetta's father's actions, which have consequences for their tribe. In a tense moment, Nazar looks at a group of cloaked figures in the forest, reflecting on the law of retribution. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Amidst the gloomy gathering, Rosetta kneels on the ground, bathed in an ominous purple light as cloaked figures look on. Rosetta, surrounded by darkness and creepy thorns, ponders the strangeness of the situation and is surprised by the conversation taking place around her. Rosetta, with golden hair, is visibly worried, pressing her hand to her chest, thinking a terrible thought about herself surrounded by darkness. In a dramatic scene under a twilight sky, Nazar, a man with piercing blue eyes, solemnly declares that Rosetta will be his wife, amid a rain of red leaves. That same starry night, the man reacts with disbelief to Nazar's proclamation, doubting what he just heard, while others around him look at him with equal surprise. Another man on horseback, showing shock and concern, confronts Nazar about his intentions to marry Rosetta, the daughter of a prominent figure, expressing his surprise. One can see the fiery determination in the man's eyes as he condemns Nazar's actions, reminding him of past crimes that must not be forgotten. Nazar responds to the challenge with a piercing gaze, questioning the authority of anyone who dares to contradict him. A mood of confrontation fills the air as Nazar, shackled in the shadows, stands with Rosetta as he proclaims defiance to anyone who opposes his will. The tension rises as Nazar orders them to move forward, with Rosetta at his side, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding figures, shrouded in darkness. The moment of realization hits one of the men hard, his face reflecting a mixture of pity and sadness, while ghostly figures loom above him in the background. Rosetta, in a confused voice full of emotion, protests that her opinion has been completely neglected in the discussion of her own fate. Nazar, a man with piercing blue eyes, stands in the shadows, his gaze fixed on something off-screen. His face is serious, and the cool light washes it in a blue tint, hinting at a solemn mood. Rosetta, a woman with long golden hair, looks up with a sad expression. She has a sense of unease as she seems to be caught in a moment of deep emotion, with the word liar written above reflecting a sense of betrayal or deception. In a room filled with sunlight, Rosetta, dressed in a green and yellow dress, stands to one side. Nazar, seen from behind, stands facing her. The scene seems tense, as if they are having a difficult conversation about a decision they have made regarding Rosetta's future. Nazar, now in a room glowing with soft blue light, speaks encouragingly. Despite the beauty of the flowers around him, his solemn face bespeaks a serious promise: respect and patience. The sincerity of the moment is further enhanced when Nazar tenderly holds Rosetta's hands. Under a magical night sky filled with flowers and butterflies, he vows to wait until she is ready, no matter how long it takes, adding a touch of tenderness to the solemn promise. Under a moonlit sky, Rosetta is carried on horseback by a mysterious figure. They call on their companions to rest, indicating that they have traveled a great distance and the urgency of their escape is palpable. Rosetta, now in the arms of the dark-cloaked figure, looks dazed and confused. The eerie night and the stranger's presence create a mysterious and perhaps threatening atmosphere as she asks where they are. As she kneels surrounded by roses, Rosetta looks up humbly, acknowledging her inability to escape on her own due to her lack of horseback riding skills, which adds a level of vulnerability to her situation. Nazar, close and clouded, questions Rosetta's revelation with a combination of surprise and concern, highlighting his lack of knowledge of her predicament and perhaps awareness of her situation. Rosetta stands in the night, illuminated by a pale light, expressing her understanding that living amidst deception can lead to a loss of one's essence, but questions the depth of such a change, reflecting on her own experiences and inner turmoil. On a moonlit night, Nazar, with his piercing blue eyes, solemnly opens Rosette, who has heard about the daughter of a high-ranking official. Meanwhile, Rosette, adorned with her golden hair, quietly answers, commenting on the golden hue of her locks. Under the starry sky, Nazar stands tall and says, "You are right," in response to the unspoken truth. Rosetta, looking at him with serious eyes, barely whispers, "Indeed, I. In the middle of a shady grove, Nazar firmly declares, "It's time to go," and his companions are waiting behind. Rosetta, who is firmly held by Nazar, resists, screaming, "No, I don't want to." Surrounded by a menacing crowd, Rosetta furiously demands to be fired. "Where are you taking me?" Her captors laugh mockingly, basking in her defiance. As Nazar restrains her, Rosetta's captor remarks on her tenacious spirit, hinting that she will not be easy to handle. Her eyes sparkle with fear and determination. Fear grips Rosetta as she begs, "No, don't come." The hijacker's laughter fades away, and Nazar's ominous presence looms over her, holding her hand. The night erupts into chaos as Rosetta, dressed in white, is captured by the crowd. Her voice cuts through the darkness. "Let me go," as she struggles to break free from their grasp. In the middle of the night, Nazar stands bare-chested, a commanding figure, and Rosetta, trembling, insists on his departure. "I told you to go." Amidst the tension, Nazar's shadow looms as he grips his dark blade tighter, and Rosetta desperately pleads, "I told you to leave." The sequence ends with a powerful show of defiance as Nazar, surrounded by dark patterns and roses, demands, "Step back." His figure is a combination of menacing and attractive. Rosetta, her golden hair falling over her shoulders, looks at Nazar with wide, innocent eyes, conveying a sense of wonder and hesitant acceptance of the situation unfolding around them, her expression a combination of fear and compliance. Nazar, with his piercing blue eyes, commands the space with an intense gaze that seems to penetrate the very air between them, his presence as menacing as the mysterious symbols glowing with an otherworldly light nearby. Rosetta's green eyes reflect Nazar's stoic image, a symbol of her concentration and the seriousness of their interaction, filled with an emotional intensity that connects their two worlds. Under the starry sky, Nazar's face is a portrait of internal conflict, the muscles of his jaw clenched as he firmly states his unwillingness to continue the mixture of fear and determination written across his features. The room resonates with Nazar's determined voice as he pleads louder, a plea that seems both desperate and commanding, his voice carrying the turbulent emotions raging within him, filling the silence with his powerful defiance. In a scene filled with anticipation, Rosetta remains motionless, her breath seemingly caught in her throat, as Nazar's hand hovers just above her, the decision he faces palpable in the charged air, his touch only a whisper away from changing everything. The atmosphere changes dramatically as we see Nazar's silhouette against a backdrop of swirling reds and darks, his sword drawn in a position that suggests a willingness to allow the violence and brutality the situation demands, hinting at a darker narrative lurking beneath the surface. Clutching his sword tightly, Nazar's figure is one of determination and controlled power, his posture one of readiness to act, the blade an extension of his will, and the tension around him as palpable as the night itself. The visual narrative takes a sharp turn when Nazar and Rosetta find themselves surrounded by a flurry of petals and the harsh reality of their situation. Their first night as husband and wife becomes a battleground of emotions and unspoken truths, the stark contrast between love and excitement vividly painted around them. The saga ends with Nazar standing over Rosetta amid a sea of blood-red petals, the gravity of their shared situation reflected in their eyes, their facial expressions a complex tapestry of love and struggle that intertwine their destinies, leaving their futures shrouded in uncertainty. Rosetta, her golden hair loose, reflects on her tragic fate and someone's murderous intentions. Her face expresses shock and despair, captured in a moment of dark realization. Nazar stands nearby, his long black hair a contrast to the night. He speaks of taking drastic measures to rid them of their problems. Rosetta, kneeling with tear-stained eyes, begs for forgiveness, indicating deep remorse for the events that have unfolded. The scene changes. Nazar holds the dagger, his blue eyes intense. He mocks the sharpness of the blade, hinting at a dark decision. The fear and tension are palpable as he looks down at Rosetta, who recoils in fear. Amidst a cascade of cherry blossoms, Rosetta's eyes fill with tears as she silently presses her hand to her mouth. The petals suggest fleeting beauty and fragility, reflecting her emotional state. Nazar's figure is stoic, as he suggests that self-harm may be a solution to not becoming a burden. His posture suggests determination and a cool detachment from the situation. As they sit side by side, Nazar's profile is illuminated by a dim light. He seems to be deep in thought, the weight of their predicament hanging in the silence between them. Nazar appears on horseback under the starry sky, reflecting on the recent event. The place is quiet, but there is an undercurrent of anticipation or unfinished business. An armored man, recognizable as Alan with short black hair, arrives on the scene. His cry, possibly a name, cuts through the darkness, creating an immediacy that contrasts with the silence. In a dramatic twist, Alan pleads for safety, ostensibly trying to prevent an ominous event. His face expresses desperation, underscored by the insistent repetition of his plea. The tension reaches its peak when Alan discovers Rosetta, seemingly unharmed, with another man. His shock is obvious, his scream cutting through the surprise and confusion of the moment. Alan's expression is tense and startled. Something has caught his attention. He speaks in horror, realizing the alarming act of the wife of 100. Alan, dressed in a ceremonial uniform, stands firm with a stern expression. He seems to be confronted with an invisible situation with a sound of "kuk," indicating sudden realization or action. Rose explains to Alan with concern in her voice that it wasn't them. The atmosphere is gloomy, and she seems to be seeking understanding or agreement. A shadowy figure appears against a starry background, referred to in the text clue as Freak Quat, indicating the discovery of a significant and possibly sinister character. Rosie speculates that the mysterious figure, presumably Quat, has taken the lady with him, which could mean a kidnapping or involvement in a larger conflict. Alan looks at the round object in his hand with concern, suspecting that it belongs to the Quat clan. This artifact seems to have great significance, perhaps indicating trouble. Alan, determined and decisive, orders Rose to help, indicated by the sound "kurng." It is clear that there is an urgency and need for action in their conversation. Under the night sky, Alan orders a gathering of capable men to confront, suggesting an inevitable battle or challenge to resolve the situation. Alan rejects the idea of an immediate attack, marked by the crungy sound effect. He seems to believe that there is no need for rash actions, which shows strategic thinking. A new imposing figure appears who says, "even better," as a puzzled Rosie asks the meaning. This signals a new development or a turn in their predicament. Alan stares ahead, pondering the character's motives for infatuation, suggesting that they may consider it a gift. He then laughs at Rose, telling her to prepare for what's to come. In a moment of tension, three characters stand under the shadow of an ominous warning. The uniformed male figure looks concerned, the middle-aged woman looks startled, and Rose is confused, calling out for her father. The man, who vehemently denies his guilt, argues with Rosie. Despite her emotional pleas, he insists that he is innocent, relieved by the mercy of God, and implies that Rosie escaped a terrible fate. Rose, overcome with anger, blames the man for her predicament. Her face is contorted with emotion. She holds back a tear, hinting at deep betrayal and grief. Under cover of night, the figure accuses Alan of kidnapping a woman. The man's posture suggests an imposing presence, enveloping the woman in a protective embrace. With a mixture of anger and accusation in his eyes, Alan seems to be confronted with a past misdeed. His facial expression reflects a mixture of image and defiance. On a cool night, a man in uniform stands, puzzled by the accusation. He notes his protective role in Rose's life, contrasting his honor with the claims made against him. The tension reaches its peak when the man in green confronts Rosie, full of indignation. His stance and facial expression convey deep hurt, hinting that he feels unfairly accused. A dramatic scene unfolds under the moonlight. The man begs for understanding, unable to comprehend Rose's accusations. Their shared history and the man's mistrust are palpable. In a somber mood, the man in green reveals his view of marriage, emphasizing its obligation. His tone conveys a sense of inevitability and preparation for what is to come. Alan looks away with a pained expression, as if struggling with a truth he doesn't want to reveal. His eyes, tired of untold stories, convey a mixture of defiance and resignation. In a heated confrontation, Alan faces a larger figure who accuses him of a grave past crime involving a woman and her future man that casts a long shadow over their tribe's history. The prosecutor points out that the tribe knows the origin of his facial scar, which is evidence of an infamous incident Alan was involved in. Revealing the backstory of the scar adds a layer of depth to his character. Elena can see how he misses the woman. The soreness is clear in his posture and drooping lips. The woman looks wounded or worse, adding a dark note to the unfolding drama. A quick and sudden movement suggests an act of violence. The words, "Oh you, who are you?" express a moment of intense shock or recognition, hinting at a dramatic turn in the tale. When Alan encounters another character, there is a sense of desperation. The dialogue suggests a refusal to submit, hinting at Alan's determination to challenge the status quo or resist invisible authorities. In a moment of self-assured declaration, Alan stands under the moonlight, determined to save the princess, positioning him as the decisive defender in the telling of the story. The sound of horse hooves at night creates a scene of urgency or pursuit, hinting at a race against time or an escape from impending danger. Alan, on horseback, prepares to act quickly, perhaps to avoid admiration or to rush to someone's aid, emphasizing his role as an active agent in the story. Alan's profile is illuminated against the night sky, his eyes wide with worry. He is reassuring someone, perhaps the princess, signaling a protective and perhaps heroic aspect to his character. On a dark and mystical night, a knight promises to restore the princess's honor, no matter the cost, as the stars twinkle above. With a mad determination in his eyes, the man exclaims, amazed and suspicious, when faced with an invisible enemy or revelation. The gloved hand holds a sword with a golden ornate hilt that glitters with light, indicating its rarity and power. The same refined sword is shown to symbolize the power of the kingdom, with designs indicating its regal and sacred nature. In the majestic display, the kingdom's lineage is represented through shining symbols and two princesses next to the prince, emphasizing their royal status. A man in green clothes looks up in horror, his face disfigured with fear against an ominous dark purple background. Rosetta, a woman with golden locks, appears calm amidst floral beauty framed by delicate patterns, hinting at her royal importance. Alan, a man with short black hair, rides on horseback in front of an attentive crowd. A passerby calls him by another name of the princess, confirming his noble status. Alan appears troubled under the night sky, his eyes reflecting serious concern. The word defeat looms, hinting at a sad failure. A woman lies on the ground, screaming in terror, surrounded by an ominous darkness. The text hints that she is in danger, heightening the tension in the scene. Alan appears thoughtful as he watches the city burn. The future of his people hangs in the balance, as evidenced by the dramatic scene and the surrounding fire. Amidst the bewildered crowd, a man shouts out that the bride has returned to Earth. The resonance and surprise among the people is palpable. Two men engage in a tense conversation. One, surprised, learns that his marriage has been refused, hinting at unexpected social upheavals. In a heated moment, one man angrily confronts the other, who looks shocked. Their gestures indicate that a serious argument has just broken out. A cloaked figure on horseback delivers messages to men in uniform. The bride has been taken. The tone is dark, and the night adds intrigue. The hero claims that insisting on marriage could provoke a war, revealing the stakes of the situation. The worry is evident in his expression. Alan curses the traitors, his face contorted with rage. The betrayal cuts deep, promising dire consequences for all involved. On a moonlit night, a man named Alan appears riding a horse, looking at the two people. He speaks confidently, indicating that they seem to be in trouble. Alan, level-headed and noble, believes it would be wise to cooperate to rescue the princess. His stern demeanor reflects his seriousness about the mission and the potential consequences of their past mistakes. In the grip of intense emotion, Alan is determined that he cannot be defeated. His furious expression underlines his determination and the gravity of the situation he faces. Urgency is expressed in Alan's command as he commands them to take up their swords in preparation for battle. His leadership is evident as he prepares his men for the inevitable conflict. Alan is in the very center of the battle, screaming about taking over a person without killing them, his voice commanding attention and humility. Amidst the chaos, Alan leads the charge with an air of haste, his figure illuminated by an otherworldly glow, blazing a path forward, determined and inexorable. In a moment of strategic thought, Alan ponders their next move. He is focused on finding the princess, and his determination is evident in his sharp gaze. Surrounded by darkness, Alan's resolve hardens. He knows their opponents will not give in easily, and he recognizes that the only way left is to remove all obstacles. With a commanding presence, Alan rides his horse into battle, his dynamic posture and the energy around him indicating rapid and powerful progress. In the dramatic confrontation, Alan stands resolutely with a gleaming sword. He warns the others to clear the way or face danger, radiating an aura of golden light, symbolizing his strength and determination. A stern man surrounded by soldiers lets out a commanding shout, insisting on stopping someone by any means necessary, with failure not being an option. Rose, her brown hair loose, declares that she killed Nano, her angry eyes revealing no remorse as she clutches her sword, while the other woman next to her is shocked and horrified. The man pleads earnestly, eyes wide open in fear, begging to save the princess, emphasizing the urgency and desperation of the situation. The man in uniform is surprised, his surprised face reflecting deep realization or shock, only one exclamation accompanying his expression. Under the moonlight, the calm night sky unfolds over the quiet greenhouse, the stars twinkling above, creating a carefree and beautiful picture. Lying in bed, a person reflects on how everything turned out, expressing dissatisfaction with his boredom, hinting at internal unrest or discontent. The character with the knife contemplates returning someone to their father when the time is right, offering a plan or promise to be fulfilled. The reclining figure confidently proclaims that returning home will not change their marital status, hinting at a complicated relationship or arrangement. The reclining figure firmly states that they are not obligated to perform the actions, asserting their autonomy and freedom, while the other listens attentively. The listening person with shining eyes assures that he will fulfill his words, reflecting determination and decisiveness. Rosetta stands at the window at night, silently thinking, as if thinking about her loneliness. Nazar, looking outward, wonders whether this silent, inactive state will continue, pointing to a general feeling of stagnation. Lying shirtless, Nazar comments on the uncomfortably cool night, predicting a heavy, potentially restless sleep. Rosetta turns away, asking if she could sleep with him and how she can trust him, showing her doubts and insecurities. Nazar dismissively states that he is not interested in a child like him, his tone indifferent and perhaps hiding deeper feelings. Confused and surprised, Rosetta wonders what he meant by calling him a child, indicating that she was insulted and confused by his words. In the silence of the night, Rosetta looks at the sleeping Nazar. The expression on her face was deep thought and anxiety. Rosetta shivers and is conflicted, admitting to herself that she is cold and wants to sleep, but refuses to do so when he is around. Her stubbornness is obvious. Night falls over Rosetta as she curls up alone, telling herself that everything will be okay. Rosetta finds solace in Nazar's arms. The doubts of the night are calmed by his embrace as they both are exposed to the vulnerability of the moment. In a serene moment, Rosetta sleeps under a blanket of peace, her breath visible in the cold air, signaling a deep and restful sleep. A shadowy figure stands by the bed, watching Rosetta rest peacefully. The word bubble at the top conveys a silent pause, a moment between words and silence. Nazar's eyes, dark blue and laden with unspoken thoughts, look down, reflecting inner turmoil or anxiety as he watches the sleeping Rosetta with a complex expression. Gentle and caring arms are wrapped around Rosetta, conveying a silent promise of care and protection as she continues to sleep, unaware of the attention he is receiving. Nazar's athletic silhouette stands over Rosetta, his protective presence a sharp contrast to her vulnerability in her sleep, underscoring the silent vow of the burn. Rosetta, an image of peaceful repose, lies with her eyes closed, her features softened by the calming glow that envelops her, symbolizing a moment of carefree sleep. The garden tale describes a whimsical gazebo created especially for Rosetta, illustrating a private and cherished escape amidst lush greenery. The text accompanying another image speaks of Rosetta's loneliness, as her siblings are too busy to join her, painting a picture of a princess who is often lonely but content in her bower. The query, "Where are you, Rosetta?" hovers in the air of the garden, someone searching for the princess in her sanctuary of peace and quiet. Rosetta, radiant and full of life, calls out, "Mama!" amidst a burst of blossoming flowers, her face glowing with happiness, signaling a warm connection. Rosetta looks at the other character curiously and asks what was bothering them, referring to a casual but direct interaction. The girl with double golden buns and slightly flushed cheeks replies that she was busy playing, hinting at the innocent fun associated with the kitten. The mention of the kitten brings back memories for Rosetta, who looks away thoughtfully, her green eyes a mixture of recognition and introspection. Rosetta, speaking confidently, tells the younger girl that someone is very shy, so that person only plays with Rosetta. She looks for confirmation with a hopeful, "Yes?" Rosetta, with elegance and authority, states that the kitten is a gift for a young girl, expressing gratitude and asking if the giver is still around. A young girl with buns looks up in surprise and notices something on a tree. Her expression is one of awe and surprise. Revealing its beauty, a majestic golden-winged creature appears, hinting at the true nature of the kitten the girl was playing with. Rosetta's mother watches in amazement as the golden wings unfold, covering her mouth with her hand in surprise as she realizes the grandeur of what is unfolding before her. A young girl innocently asks the term "mother," a question full of naive curiosity and a desire to understand. Rosetta holds the young girl close, surveying the situation, her face benevolent and bittersweet as she considers the implications of their meeting. Rosetta lies unconscious with a calm expression, her hand gently touching her face. A single letter pop-up indicates that she is about to speak. Rosetta wakes up surprised, wondering why she is in bed when she remembers that she fell on the floor. She sits up, wrapped in the sheets, confused and worried. Wide-eyed and confused, Rosetta grabs the necklace, shocked by the turn of events and the unexpected situation. She panics as she thinks about her answer, realizing that someone has returned to the room, and her face is a combination of fear and uncertainty. Rosetta sits in shock, clutching the sheets to her chest, when a man's figure appears in the room, casting a shadow over her. She looks at it with disbelief, doubting whether the events were as she remembered, the man's presence both startling and confirming her reality. The man, Nazar, with striking blue eyes, ponders whether Rosetta's clothing could be the cause of the misunderstanding, hinting at a deeper context. Nazar stands by the bed, relieved to see that Rosetta has woken up, his face a complex combination of worry and formality. He comments on Rosetta's deep sleep, expressing gratitude that he did not have to wake her himself, instilling a sense of duty and care. Nazar confirms that he carried Rosetta to bed, responding to her surprise with a direct confession, revealing pragmatic behavior. Rosetta sits in contemplative silence, her golden locks falling down as she reflects on the unexpected friendship that has formed between her and another. Nazar, whose eyes are a striking blue, speaks sharply, clearly communicating to Rosetta his disinterest in matters concerning children, and his profile is stern. With a mixture of surprise and defiance lighting up her bright green eyes, Rosetta asserts her maturity, rejecting any notion that he is an ordinary child and expressing her disappointment at her recent demotion in status. The image of a child who is ignored and isolated arises in Rosetta when he conveys a feeling of insignificance and neglect. Rosetta suddenly realizes her face is shocked. All this time Nazar was not sleeping, observing everything unseen. Nazar stands casually, almost detached, doubting Rosetta's lack of appetite, hinting at a careless disregard for her well-being. Rosetta defiantly pressed her chin into her hands, her eyes closed, resolutely rejecting the offer of food, bluntly stating that she was not hungry and would not eat. With an air of stoic resignation, Nazar accepts Rosetta's choice, making it clear that her decision to eat or starve does not concern him. Nazar casually asks Rosetta about her ability to go without food until evening, hinting at the challenge behind his indifferent behavior. When Nazar announces his name and leaves, the distance between him and Rosetta becomes palpable, his departure marking a distinct and lonely end to their conversation. Nazar stands before Rosetta, declaring that he has brought what she asked for. The tone suggests a sense of duty or obligation fulfilled. In a quiet setting, Nazar tells Rosetta that he has found women's clothing that could be purchased in the village, but nothing new, indicating a certain limitation or disappointment. Nazar gives the clothes to Rosetta with a hint of pride or pleasure in his eyes, perhaps believing that she will appreciate his efforts. Face, marked with a smile and the text, "haha," seems to be cheerful or pleased, perhaps with Rosetta's reaction to his actions. Rosetta looks at Nazar with curiosity and perhaps a little skepticism as he stands in his outfit, expressing his surprise with a "wow." Rosetta looks at the small, delicate dress with a soft expression on her face, her words showing that she finds it cute. A mixture of surprise and concern can be seen in Rosetta's eyes as she wonders why Nazar took so long to prepare the dress and food, wondering about his intentions. Nazar urges Rosetta to hurry as the others wait, anticipating an upcoming trip or event they must attend. Rosetta looks up, her eyes full of worry, doubting whether someone, probably Nazar, will be able to reach their destination or complete the task, her face conveying a sense of urgency or anxiety. Nazar orders someone to stop. His profile is clear against a white background. The scene suggests a sudden intervention or a need to stop the action. Rosetta, with tears in her eyes, seems embarrassed, complains about her empty hair, which can get tangled. Nazar stands tall, his question directed at Rosetta, asking her to explain what she means, while she seems worried that her hair will get tangled if she changes into a certain dress. Nazar, depicted from the side, is quiet and thoughtful, with a hint of anxiety or intent. Rosetta sits in a stream of light, looking up with a pleading gaze and asking Nazar if he can help with her tangled hair. Nazar is seen closer, a magical spark flickering around his fingers, indicating a hint of enchantment as he prepares to likely cast magic. Nazar has his back turned to the viewer, with 2 fingers raised in a mysterious gesture, sparkling with a magical glow, as if starting a spell. Rosetta seemed alarmed by Nazar's actions, perceiving them as a signal to turn around, like a dog, feeling slightly offended. Rosetta looks at her with disappointment, her initial excitement now replaced by the realization that she is being treated like a pet. In the close-up, Rosetta appears resigned, her expectations diminished, as she comments that the current situation is not as favorable as she had hoped. Rosetta's profile is softly illuminated by the light, and Nazar's hand gently touches her shoulder, hinting at the moment of connection, or the beginning of the magic of untangling her hair. Nazar stands tall in his unlaced shirt, and Rosetta looks at him with slight surprise and interest in her green eyes. Rosetta is contemplative, focusing on the purple ribbon in her braid as she thinks it is the same one Nazar once owned. Rosetta politely declines help, her expression soft but firm as she reacts to the unseen man's concern. Nazar talks to Rosetta with his back turned, asking to turn the tape later, establishing a moment of trust between them. In a close-up, Nazar's blue eyes reflect seriousness as he reveals the sentimental value of the ribbon. It belonged to his mother. Shock and realization flicker across Rosetta's face as she realizes the significance of the ribbon that connects them. Rosetta stands, taken aback by the morning greetings, her elegance enhanced by the ribbon that now has greater meaning. An urgency creeps in on Rosetta's morning when she is ordered to quickly go to the square, leaving her a little puzzled. A new level of mystery is revealed when Nazar discusses finding evidence of a key event, the tension in his posture evident. Rosetta pauses, surprised by the word Griadna, showing confusion as she tries to understand its meaning amidst her amazement. Nazar peers over his book, pondering his ruse. He seems conflicted about his decision to deceive the bird, the reasons for which remain a mystery to him. Rosetta looks up, her face a mixture of question and intent. She tries to understand Nazar's mysterious behavior, the reason for his need to deceive the hawk. Nazar rides with fierce determination, reflecting on his right to punish his enemies. The silent recognition that no one will question his actions is evident in his posture and gaze. Surprise covers Rosetta's face as she reflects on Nazar's protective nature. Her face is a canvas of confusion and silent gratitude for his unspoken guardianship. Nazar signals Rosetta their imminent departure with an outstretched hand. He speaks of haste, hinting at a journey more urgent and swift than any they have made before. Mounting their horses, Nazar and Rosetta charge forward. Their shared urgency is palpable, their pace rapid as they begin their journey, surrounded by a blur of traffic. In an instant, Nazar's intense blue eyes reveal a world of thoughts. His gaze is distant, hinting at deep contemplation or concern for what lies ahead. Rosetta's worried expression captures a moment of vulnerability. She seems startled, perhaps by a sudden revelation or an unexpected turn of events, her gaze fixed on something unseen. Their hands are clasped, a silent agreement of mutual support. This gentle gesture speaks of deep trust, offering comfort without the need for words. Together, Nazar and Rosetta prepare for a quick escape. Nazar reassures Rosetta by reminding her to hold on tight, showing that they are ready to face whatever challenges await them. In a dimly lit stone hallway, Alan stands alone, his expression conveying a sense of compassion and responsibility as he acknowledges that the predicament they find themselves in is his fault. He suggests that they must have escaped their current location. Nanny Rosetta sits in a dark cell, expressing her sadness and forgiveness to someone invisible. She tells them that the old man has captured them, her words surrounded by cold iron bars and the shadows of imprisonment. In a tense standoff, Alan assures Nanny Rosetta, seen in the background behind bars, that their situation is not her fault. His hard gaze and assertive posture convey a defensive stance. Alan reflects internally, his face half-shadowed, admitting his carelessness and acknowledging his guilt for their current dire circumstances. His self-recrimination is palpable in the silence around him. Amidst a dramatic backdrop, Rosette's nanny and another figure face an invisible threat, one of whom defends herself with a sword. The tension of the situation is heightened by a bold challenge. In the moment of shock, Alan's wide-eyed and mouthed expression reflects his reaction to the unexpected turn of events, emphasizing the urgency and unexpectedness of the moment. Alan speaks solemnly of the difficulty they would have in finding their way without their tribe, his tone serious and his eyes filled with a mixture of determination and regret. With pain on her face, Nanny Rosetta expresses her disbelief that someone would betray them, the blue tones of the scene highlighting the coldness of the deception. In a dark and reflective mood, Alan and Nanny Rosetta share a moment of quiet understanding, the weight of betrayal hanging heavily between them as they sit apart. Alan, his back to the bars of his cell, makes a solemn vow never to forgive, his profile etched with determination and a deep sense of betrayal. Alan stands behind the bars, looking worried, unaware of what is about to unfold. His expression is tense as he is in a moment of surprise or anxiety. A pair of feet walk across the stone floor of a dimly lit, spacious dungeon, the environment evoking a sense of isolation and foreboding. Alan and Rosette's nanny is visible in the cell, sitting, and Alan squatting. The bars cast long shadows, emphasizing their captivity. Rose stands behind the dungeon bars, the fire raging behind her. Her expression is one of determined seriousness, perhaps indicating her intention to change the course of events. In the heat of the moment, Alan, eyes wide with shock, screams out in horror, reflecting a sudden, powerful emotion caused by an unseen cause. Rose gestures for silence, pressing a finger to her lips. Her presence is secret, indicating that she has come without the other's knowledge, perhaps to help. Bread is offered to someone who seemed to have been in the cell for a long time, an act of simple kindness in a gloomy environment. Alan refuses the bread with an expression of disbelief and disappointment, perhaps outraged by the situation or feeling unfairly accused of the charges brought against him. Rose speaks earnestly to Alan, her face illuminated by the light. The scene suggests a serious conversation about escaping or fighting the impending danger. Rosie warns Alan of the dire consequences if her father finds out she's missing, which means their safety is at risk and hints at a hopeless situation. Alan looks solemnly at someone remembering the difficulty of escorting him, given the surveillance he is under. His gaze is intense, a single tear trickles down his cheek. Rosie stands in the cell holding a flaming torch, expressing remorse for her actions towards those present, indicating that she had somehow offended them. She speaks with conviction of her intention to prevent senseless sacrifices, tears returning to her eyes. Roge seems determined, unafraid of her own death for the sake of her people. Alan confronts Rosie, questioning her motives, asking if her current actions are an attempt to help them. He confronts her sharply, wondering out loud what would change if they let her go, his profile casting a shadow against the light. Rose stands firm, declaring that she will let them go on one condition, her face half illuminated, determination etched on her features. A confused and concerned Nanny Rosetta stands next to Alan, her expression full of worry, repeating the word condition in an attempt to clarify Rosie's conditions. Rose, torch in hand, tells the silent spectators not to talk about the princess's kidnapping, her face serious and commanding. Alan, visibly disappointed, accuses Rosie of still lying and manipulating them, and threatens that if he decides to leave, his life will end. At the last moment, Rose accepts her fate, ready to die to save her tribe, her silhouette framed by a soft glow, her expression peaceful and humble. Rose stands in a darkened hallway with determination in her eyes, holding a torch and contemplating her duty to protect something precious to her. Alan, looking serious in his military clothes, thinks of a clock that is ticking, hinting at an urgency or deadline that needs to be met. Looking out the majestic window decorated with intricate floral designs, Alan thinks of someone who cares for Rose and can lead an army, symbolizing leadership and protection. Rosie peers out from behind the bars, her face filled with concern as she questions whether the perfect man could raise an army, her doubts about his leadership potential obvious. Under soft lighting, Alan declares his official support for Rose, demonstrating his devotion to her as part of his duty. In a sunlit garden, Rose, who sits next to a child in a pink dress, believes in the possibility of trust more than anyone else, hinting at hope and innocence. A man, likely Alan, stands with a serious expression against a background of flowers, his red eyes standing out, indicating depth of emotion or hidden pain. Rosie talks to Nanny in the dim light of the dungeon, planning to speed up their strategy by speaking out loud, indicating their tactical awareness. A hand holding a folded document speaks of imminent action or receipt of important information, hinting at developments that may change their circumstances. Nazar stands behind the bars, asking Rosetta what happened between her and the man named Quat. Rosetta looks at him, surprised and perhaps concerned by the question. Rosetta appears with firm determination, declaring that there is no point in hiding things any longer, and Nazar warns her not to pretend that she does not understand, since he heard everything. A close-up shows Nazar from a lower angle, stern and imposing, insisting on not being deceived by Rosetta's ignorance. Rosetta confronts Nazar, confessing that she will tell him everything. She reveals that this story begins before birth, 20 years ago. The tranquil scene depicts Rosetta riding a horse through a lush landscape with an unknown figure hinting at travel or escape. Rosetta complains about the endless horse riding, which makes her back hurt, which indicates that they have been traveling for quite a long time. The story continues with Rosetta, visibly exhausted, complaining of the fatigue that permeates her entire body from the long horse ride. Rosetta, overcome by drowsiness or perhaps fainting, worries that if she gives in to this, Nazar might not notice, hinting at her vulnerability and dependence on him. Nazar is depicted close up, his striking blue eyes full of concern as he looks at Rosetta, highlighting the moment of intimate connection between them. Finally, the scene captures Nazar and Rosetta on horseback, shrouded in a misty aura with the text Tigdiak, which probably refers to the sound of a galloping horse or the atmosphere of the moment. Nazar carefully puts the blade back into the sheath, his actions are precise and measured, his face has a concentrated expression. Rosetta sits alone on a sunlit lawn, seemingly lost in thought, the light playing around her, and the bubble suggests that she is reflecting herself. Rosetta, looking sadly into the distance, appears concerned about the looks she receives from those around her, as expressed in her thought bubble. Nazar stands imperiously, announcing their departure, and Rosetta looks on with a sense of urgency and a little anxiety. Rosetta stands by Nazar, looking at him with concern. Nazar, imperious and reserved, seems to reassure her, even as she expresses her concerns. Rosetta is stunned, bewilderment etched on her face as she looks up in response to the unexpected remark or event. Rosetta stands by her horse, a sense of realization dawning on her as she notices the absence of a saddle due to her bladder. Rosetta looks at Nazar, expressing her discomfort at his closeness, her face expressing slight anxiety. Nazar picks Rosetta up, her alarm turning to surprise as evidenced by her flash in the tooltip, and he maintains his composure. Rosetta, carried by Nazar, looks back in shock as they hastily retreat on horseback, the urgency of their departure reflected in the movement of the scene. Nazar's gaze is full of complex emotions as he appears to express remorse by saying, "Forgive me," hinting at a deep apology or regret for past actions. Rosetta looks surprised and a little upset when she responds to someone's confession, her words indicating that she would not have spoken if she knew a certain truth related to her mother's death. In a moment of intense conversation, Nazar declares his indifference to a certain object, emphasizing that it is not as precious to him as someone might think, while Rosetta looks at him with anxiety and slight distrust. Shock and confusion darken Rosetta's face as she internally questions the value Nazar places on an object associated with his dead mother, indicating a deep emotional conflict or misunderstanding. Nazar appears contemplative, lost in his thoughts against the backdrop of a clear sky, perhaps reflecting on his actions or the nature of his relationship with Rosetta, who stands next to him with a thoughtful and concerned look. The urgency of escape becomes apparent when Nazar mounts his horse and the narrative focuses on the need to escape immediately, indicating a dangerous situation that requires quick action. In a tranquil wooded area, Rosetta can be seen from afar, sitting by a fire surrounded by people and horses, the light of the setting sun creating a serene atmosphere. Sitting alone with her thoughts as the day fades, Rosetta appears to reflect on the transience of moments, perhaps feeling a mixture of relief and dejection at the day's events. At dusk, Rosetta's expression conveys hunger and fatigue after a day spent in nature, revealing her human vulnerability and the physical demands of her circumstances. Concern for Rosetta's well-being is implied in the final image where someone asks if she has caught a rabbit to cook, demonstrating concern for her nutrition and comfort amidst the trials they face. Rosetta appears worried and curious, wondering if she has eaten a rabbit, her eyes wide open and her fingers pressed to her cheek. Nazar, worried, asks if Rosetta ate the rabbit earlier, indicating a preliminary conversation with a simple camping scene in the background. Rosetta is shown with a shocked and worried expression, wondering if she really ate the rabbit, her blonde hair highlighting her sad state. Nazar stands over Rosetta, huddled near the cannon, asking if she is feeling okay, hinting that she is feeling uncomfortable because of the fire near them. Rosetta, surrounded by a glowing aura and flowers, asks why people call her Reaction, expressing her confusion over the name. Nazar explains to Rosetta that Reaction is the name given to the boxer's wife, indicating a significant change in her status after marrying Ifani. Another man leans towards the pot over the fire, completely absorbed in his task, filling the air with hissing flames. The man is then revealed as Reef, shown in a contemplative pose with blue flowers around him, indicating his thoughtful nature. Under the night sky, Rosetta, sitting on a log, looks surprised when Nazar explains that the man by the fire is known as Rif. Finally, Reef overhears the conversation and learns that Rosetta doesn't know Ifan's name, his stern expression, and the tense atmosphere. Nazar stands at night, arms crossed, offering his condolences for Rosetta's long day at the market. Rosetta, with tired eyes, confirms his observation, stating her exhaustion. In the moonlight, Nazar, with a frivolous expression on his face, suggests to Rosette that she should take better care of herself after a late night. Rosette looks up in surprise, surprised by his concern. Under the shimmering night sky, Rosetta, flushed and embarrassed, admits that she feels awkward, although she insists that nothing significant has happened. An imposing man confronts Nazar about his inaction and asks why he is not working. A startled Nazar seems taken aback by the sudden intrusion. The man sternly reminds Nazar that others, including Rosetta, need care, and subtly criticizes him for his apparent disregard for this. Nazar, with a hint of concern, admits his dissatisfaction with Rosetta's situation. The man insists on the importance of showing personal concern for Rosetta, especially given her unhappiness with her marriage. Nazar seems to have taken the advice to heart. With an assertive attitude, the man asks if Nazar has completed the task he was sent to do, his gaze fixed on Nazar. The night deepens around them. Nazar, smiling, assures that he recognizes the urgency of the case, but does not worry about the details. It seems that he is in control of the situation. With a playful cry, Nazar rushes away, full of strength, leaving the man looking at him. The night forest becomes their background. Rosetta, smiling secretly, reflects on the previous scene. Her amusement shows that she finds Nazar's antics cute. In a glowing fireplace scene, a fierce fire rages within a stone ring, its flames dancing madly, casting a warm, intense light over the surrounding area. Nazar kneels in the embrace of the twilight, tending the flames with care. Rosetta sits quietly beside him, her attention drawn to something beyond the firelight, her expression a mixture of anticipation and curiosity. Rosetta spins, puzzled by Nazar's request. She wonders why he asks her name when he already knows it, assuming there is more to the story she is about to tell. In a serene moment, Nazar is introduced as the flames are reflected in his deep blue eyes, surrounded by an ethereal backdrop of delicate white flowers that seem to glow under the starry sky. Looking into the fire, Nazar reflects on his name, feeling a strange but familiar connection with it, as if it were an echo of a life once lived. Suddenly, recognition flashes in Rosetta's eyes. Insight hits her, lighting her face with understanding as the fragments of her memory align. The scene shifts to a luxurious hall where a grand reception is taking place. The nobles gather, dressed in their finest, under the golden glow of a chandelier, with all the close members of the royal family. A balanced Nazar stands by the window, his elegant figure attracting the admiring glances of the crowd, everyone wondering who he will perform for. Nazar stands before a majestic harp, surrounded by expectant faces. The crowd speaks in anticipation, guessing that his performance will honor the wisdom of the first princess. With a confident smile, Nazar declares that he is singing for Princess Rosetta. His hands are ready to bring the harp to life, ready to weave a melody for the golden-haired princess. In the large room, Rosetta and the other members were carried away by a song called Light of the Soul. The atmosphere was elegant, with whispers of admiration for the performance. The crowd turns their attention to Rosetta as she enters, looking stunning in a blue dress. Her presence seems to captivate everyone around her. A close-up of Rosetta's eye is visible, sparkling with the reflection of her surroundings, symbolizing a moment of emotional resonance with the music filling the room. Rosetta is depicted standing poised, her beauty enhanced by the radiant flowers surrounding her. The scene conveys her sophistication and the aura of nobility she carries. When Rosetta comes forward, the crowd is drawn to her, indicating that she is a beloved figure. Her back is turned to the audience, giving her a mystical quality. Nazar questions the song's title, reflecting on its beauty. His intrigue is evident, showing his appreciation for art and his desire to understand its deeper meaning. The man answers Nazar's questions graciously, acknowledging his curiosity. The balanced response is indicative of a respectful exchange of cultural knowledge. In the quiet atmosphere of the night, Nazar learns Rosetta's name and confirms it with a simple affirmation. This intimate moment underlines the beginning of a personal connection. Nazar states that his past behavior will change, indicating a moment of self-reflection and a decision to turn over a new leaf. In a scene full of promise, Nazar assures acceptance and commitment, creating a key moment of transformation and devotion for Rosetta. Rosetta, with her golden hair and striking green eyes, looks surprised and somewhat puzzled. She seems to be pondering the sincerity of someone's words, experiencing a mixture of emotions. In her calm state, Rosetta seems to be reassured by someone's promise. The comfort she finds in their words is palpable when she discusses gratitude and the idea of reciprocating a kind gesture. Nazar, with his intense blue eyes, conveys a sense of protection. He assures someone that as long as she is his wife, she will be safe, although there seems to be a condition to that safety. Rosetta, looking over her shoulder with fear, warns of a dire situation. The warning means that a threat is approaching, like a flock, indicating a dangerous situation. Sitting under a tree, Rosetta appears to be talking seriously to Nazar. His words seem to offer a temporary respite, with the promise of returning her to her family. Nazar, contemplating by the fire, questions the permanence of the situation. On his face there is pity and thought, as if he had lost something priceless. Rosetta confronts the predicament head-on. She promises that those responsible for the current situation will regret their actions, signaling her determination to fight back. Nazar's eyes reveal a depth of emotion, perhaps reflecting a critical moment or realization, adding a layer of intensity to the unfolding events. In the darkness of the night, a white-haired figure runs through the forest in panic, screaming Riga's name, emphasizing the urgency and suffering. This figure is disturbed in the forest. The expression on her face is one of terror. It announces the presence of monsters, which increases the tension and suggests an imminent threat. Nazar stares out loud and asks about the presence of monsters, as if challenging an invisible opponent. His dark blue eyes are sharp and focused, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. As the moonlight reflects off his sword, Nazar stands tall and imposing, asking rhetorically about those who dare to hunt, and Rosetta looks at him, her face a mixture of delight and concern against the night sky. In the stillness of the night, Nazar calls out for urgent reinforcements, his voice breaking through the silence as he experiences immediate danger around them. Nazar orders Rosetta to stay close and not move away, his defensive stance signaling the seriousness of their predicament in the shadow of darkness. In a soothing tone, Nazar assures Rosetta that staying by the fire will protect her from the monsters hiding in the shadows. Rosetta, her eyes filling with tears, agrees to Nazar's instructions, her trust in him obvious despite the fear that grips her. Contemplating her chances, Rosetta stands alone, her silhouette framed against the starry night and flickering flames, wondering if escape is possible. Nazar engages in brutal combat with his sword raised high and prepares to strike down the impending threat with unwavering determination. Surprised by the number of opponents, Nazar finds himself drawn into an ongoing struggle, his blade ready to continue the fight. Under the night canopy, a multitude of enemies gather, their forms disfigured and menacing as they rush towards Nazar and Rosetta, an inexorable tide of darkness. Nazar stands confidently with a smile on his face, looking straight at the viewer as if he has just made a sensible remark or a bold move, and a text prompt above him shows his words. "Great. Back off." Rosetta looks confused and determined, and above her head is written decisively, "No." Her eyes are shining with tears, indicating a deep emotional conflict or a difficult decision. An action-packed scene unfolds where a figure falls through the air surrounded by mystical light with a sword beneath them. Dynamic angles and lighting suggest a moment of intense drama. Nazar is shown with a tear rolling down his cheek and a shocked expression on his face. A speech bubble captures his persistent cry, "Hand for my son." Rosetta, with a pained expression on her face, looks up, caught in a moment of despondency or despair. The dim lighting emphasizes the seriousness of his situation. Nazar is shown in the middle of the action, screaming loudly as he prepares for battle, the speech bubble repeating his powerful cry, "Rito, hold on." Rosetta, illuminated by dramatic lighting, swings her sword over her head with great force, suggesting a climactic battle cry or decisive action. With focused eyes and flowing hair, Rosetta wields her sword in a dynamic pose that is a clear depiction of her fighting prowess and determination in the face of adversity. A level-headed Rosetta confidently states that the text prompt indicates a pause in the battle. "Rito, I had a little faith." Rosetta and Nazar stand over their defeated enemy, discussing the next step. Nazar's words, "Finish?" are met with Rosetta's decisive command, "No, hide it." In a dimly lit night scene, Nazar, a man with blue eyes, stands wary with a tense expression. He seriously remarks that the monsters have become stronger than before. Behind him, a young man with silver hair, clutching a bloody sword, agrees, adding that no one has ever attacked him from behind. Nazar, holding a blood-stained sword, grimaces as he states that, according to the old saying, they cannot prevent the monsters from acting. His posture is tired, but ready for the next test, indicating a lull in the chaos around them. Rosetta, a woman with golden hair, stares at her with wide, terrifying eyes, her face illuminated by an eerie light. The black forest rises around her, heightening her vulnerability in this tense moment. A ghostly figure in a flowing white dress stands alone among the dark trees. The mysterious aura is palpable as she seems to wait silently, radiating an air of anticipation or foreboding. The ghostly woman is now seen from a different angle, looking up at the starry sky. Her pose suggests longing or patient waiting. The word "please" hovers in the air, emphasizing her silent plea. Rosetta moves through the elegant hall. her braid trailing behind her. Two red-clad guards stand in the background, statuesque and indifferent to her presence as she walks with purpose. Bathed in sunlight, Rosetta stands at the window and looks out. Her face is touched with hope or perhaps a dream as the light plays on her faces and flowers bloom nearby. Rosetta, in a white dress, opens the door to a blinding light that spills into the darkness, casting her shadow behind her. This marks a threshold, a step from the known to the unknown. In a light moment, a maid triumphantly raises a flag, announcing a playful hide-and-seek. Another person calls out to the princess, underlining the relaxed, joyful atmosphere that contrasts with the previous tensions. Rosetta stands at the edge of a mystical room, stars and planets floating around her. She remembers being told never to enter this room, her silhouette small against the vast cosmic backdrop. Rosetta, with her golden locks, looks up with a hint of worry in her eyes, wondering what might happen if she were to quarrel and then suddenly disappear. In a close-up, Rosetta's eyes widen in surprise, the green of her irises standing out against the night, reflecting her shock as she asks what is happening. In the darkness, Rosetta clutches her head in pain, her face twisted from crying. The night around her is silent, except for her pain. Rosetta, anxious and cautious, asks who is present in the shadows, her posture tense and her eyes searching the darkness for an answer. Rosetta returns to find a mysterious man approaching her at night, her expression one of fear and uncertainty as she wonders why she is in such a place. The man stands confidently in the night, asking if Rosetta is trying to escape, his smile enigmatic, his stance relaxed. Rosetta stands with her back to the man, doubting his presence and intentions, her body language showing reluctance to go where he suggests. At last, something arouses Rosetta's curiosity. Her eyes sparkle with a contrasting interest to the apprehension that has colored her previous encounters. The man repeats his question with calm insistence, asking Rosetta if she is trying to escape, his eyes fixed on hers. As Rosetta watches, the man assures her that there is nothing to fear, his hand raised in a sign of peace, encouraging her to relax into the mysterious night. Rosetta stands surrounded by darkness, her eyes full of worry. Monsters have attacked the gallery, and she has lost her way, trying to hide. In the moonlit darkness, a man with striking red hair questions Rosetta's train of thought, seemingly unimpressed by her survival strategy. Rosetta is seen from behind, focusing on the man's shoes as he speaks. He uses a tone of disbelief, repeating his last word, lost? Zrenya, triggering his awareness of the situation. The conversation continues as the man points in the opposite direction to what Rosetta is considering. His stance and expression are skeptical as he questions her judgment. Rosetta is shown in a flashback, surrounded by golden light and flowers. She is categorically unwilling for anyone to approach her with any intention. Her expression is hard and serious. The man with the red hair listens attentively, a little surprised, as if doubting whether Rosetta's insistent words are really her own. Against the backdrop of the starry sky, Rosetta appears upset, contemplating the decision someone else will make about her fate, her face a mixture of hope and resignation. The man is seen in close-up, his face full of anger and hurt. He discovers that he never had the right to demand anything in the first place. Rosetta, leaning her back against the man, begs her not to kill him. Even if he has to die, she defiantly declares that she will not be afraid even in the face of death. Rosetta is depicted at a low angle, looking down with a shadow cast across her face. There are tears in her eyes as she expresses a deep sense of hatred. Rosetta looks at her sadly, asking why she is being treated so cruelly, her eyes shining with emotion as the word no floats around her. The figure with amazing blue eyes and dark wings stands imposingly, recalling someone's eye color and suggesting a hidden meaning, creating a sense of mystery and foreboding. Next to Rosetta is a man with red eyes, which is proof of his illegitimate birth, hinting at a deep, dark family secret. A surprised Rosetta looks up at the bright light, an obvious symbol of hope or revelation contrasting with her excitement. A lonely and confused Rosetta is shown after a major event that marks the turning point that returns him to loneliness, mentioning the birth of a child with blue eyes. In the midst of an emotional standoff, the man holds Rosetta tightly, accusing her of deception and condemning her, while simultaneously defending his own honor. A man reflects on a past attempt to embarrass a woman. his expression showing that he is haunted by the memories and cannot shake off the feeling of guilt. The woman is thrown to the ground, her figure shrouded in shadow, indicating her loss of grace as she is thrown among the slaves, emphasizing the moment of intense despair. Through the reflection in the eye, we see one of the slaves looking at the woman and child, which speaks of a deep personal connection and reveals a family bond. Finally, the lone figure rides away, illustrating the pivotal decision to leave everything behind, leaving behind a complex history of honor and shame. In a somber scene under a dark, ominous sky, a woman in a purple dress, identified as Rosetta, kneels on the ground, overcome with despair. Her expression is one of deep sorrow, and the text suggests that she is reacting to the tragic death of a man who died like a dog. Standing with a sword in his hand is a man with a stern expression, Nazar. His grim demeanor suggests a heavy burden, reinforced by the text that hints that he was never destined to be born, adding a layer of tragic fate to his character. Nazar stands tall and powerful, surrounded by an aura of light. The text suggests a transformation or realization, perhaps of his true power or purpose, signifying a key moment in his journey. Rosetta is seen from behind, looking at a dark figure who represents peace and refinement. The dialogue speaks of a figure who bears a unique name, the name of the son of the sun and the descendant of the deity of light. A tender and intimate moment between Nazar and the newborn. The dialogue speaks of silence, perhaps reverence or secrecy about the child demanding recognition. The man looms over the reclining woman, criticizing her with contempt. His words suggest a conveyed judgment, likely regarding a perceived weakness or failure, suggesting a difficult relationship or conflict. A red-haired man smiles ominously as he speaks ominously to someone. His words hint at karmic retribution or punishment, hinting at a dark turn of events or a moment of reckoning. The red-haired man is shown overpowering another by shouting a word that signifies the end, a command, or an act of dominance. This suggests a confrontational scene, perhaps with high pawns or a dramatic climax. The same man leans closer to his victim, whispering a taunt or a promise that involves a distorted sense of pleasure or enjoyment from the suffering of another. Nazar, under a star-studded night sky, questions someone's actions. His pose and lighting create an ethereal atmosphere, perhaps confronting a key truth or revelation in the story. Nazar is depicted leaning forward with a serious expression on his face, while water drips in the background. The scene has a dark, tense atmosphere. Rosetta appears with a gentle expression, her golden hair highlighted by a soft light and her eyes reflecting emotional depth. Nazar stands with an intent gaze, his blue eyes standing out against the dark colors, giving a gloomy mood. Nazar stands next to the younger man with gray hair, seemingly thoughtful. The younger man watches, and their conversation seems to revolve around caring for someone important. White-haired, it seems, unexpectedly, with Nazar's hand on his head. He speaks of the woman's safety, hinting at protection and care with his words. Nazar and the white-haired man stand side by side in the night, discussing past events with serious expressions on their faces, hinting at a common history. The text recalls a great battle between two tribes 5 years ago, setting the historical context for the narrative. In a sunlit scene, Nazar is told that he is the only survivor of the Katana clan. The man speaking to him seems to convey a combination of respect and the burden of confrontation. The white-haired man is depicted in a moment of contemplation, his youthful face marked by loss, but his eyes have a determined gleam. Nazar appears to offer guidance and mentorship to the young white-haired man, who demonstrates a desire to learn and an aptitude for leadership. Reflecting on the recent battle with the Cathay tribe, the character with impressive gray hair firmly decides that their actions should leave no room for doubt in their loyalty. Caught in a thoughtful pose, this hero is supposedly preparing for something important after Sidko's confession. Nazar, a man with bright blue eyes, appears serious when talking to someone off camera, possibly discussing important matters. Rosetta is depicted in a radiant, almost ethereal manner, described with admiration, as if she were an exquisite creation made of the finest materials, a figure of magical beauty. Nazar listens attentively to the woman's suspicions about Rosetta's true nature, and a hint of surprise appears on his face at the suggestion that Rosetta might be pretending to be someone she is not. The dark-haired woman notices Rosetta's instant influence on Nazar, her tone teasing as she comments on his obvious instant attraction to the golden-haired girl. Expressing deep gratitude, the white-haired character acknowledges the life-saving act of a man named Ria, stating his desire to repay that debt by becoming a part of Ria's life. With his eyes closed, Nazar seems to distance himself from the family that seemed to have fallen from grace, his demeanor one of calm humility. As they walk together, Nazar discusses with the woman whether she has ever felt awe in someone's presence, hinting at the growing trust and openness between them. In a moment of vulnerability and care, a shirtless Nazar protects Rosetta, indicating a deepening connection and perhaps a protective streak in their relationship. Rosetta rests with a pained expression on her face, complaining in her sleep, hoping not to wake up. Her dreams are shrouded in anxiety, which is visible in her furrowed brow. Nazar stands regal and tense, his gaze piercing as he looks down, a mixture of worry and severity in his eyes. Rosetta's golden hair falls over his arm, hinting at a defensive stance. Rosetta rests her head on Nazar's back, her presence gentle but heavy with unspoken truth. Nazar is thinking somewhere with his back to her, symbolizing emotional distance. Rosetta sleeps with a calm expression on her face, her hand tightly clutching what seems to be her only anchor in a sea of worries. A sparkle surrounds her, suggesting a delicate calm amidst the chaos. Nazar's profile is drawn with stark intensity, his eyes reflecting a storm of emotions, from contemplation to ominous prediction, and Rosetta's hair falls over his shoulders. Two figures speak under the night sky, one pointing out Nazar's absence. The elder, with a serious expression, notes that Nazar often disappears, hinting at a mysterious habit. The younger one expresses disdain for Nazar, hinting that envy and resentment are seething beneath his words. His face is tense with judgment, which speaks of deep rivalry. In a vivid moonlit scene, the young man's true feelings are revealed, displaying a mixture of ambition and an image that paints him as both a victim and an antagonist. Their confrontation reaches its peak when the young man shouts, "Rita!" a cry that cuts through the tension, revealing a mixture of desperation and confidence in the charged air. The showdown is tense as the young man's accusations are heard at night. Nazar's imposing figure steadfastly resists the verbal attack, and his face becomes an enigmatic mask. Nazar, a man with piercing blue eyes, stands in the dark and gloomy surroundings, his gaze intense and focused. There is a certain foreboding in his gaze, as if he is on the verge of making an important decision. In a dimly lit environment, Nazar is confronted by a kneeling figure and appears confused. The man asks what is going on, bringing a sense of urgency to the scene. Outside, the kneeling figure suggests desperation or exhaustion. Rosetta, a girl with golden hair, looks at her with wide eyes filled with worry and confusion. The text shows that she is puzzled by the well-being of another character, adding a layer of anxiety to the atmosphere. Nazar consoles Rosetta, his expression softening as he reassures her. Despite the reassuring words, "Don't worry, we're here now," there is a sense of mystery surrounding their interaction, suggesting an underlying tension. Rosetta appears relieved but thoughtful, the lyrics, "It's strange." And then her thoughts, "I'm safe, the lions can be freed," hint at a recent escape from danger, adding a layer of intrigue. Nazar peers over the railing into the water below, where a figure is visible in the depths, hinting at a connection to previous events. The accompanying dialogue indicates a moment of realization or revelation. The moment of accusation unfolds when one character discovers that Rosetta has tried to escape, and tensions mount. The character's frustrated stance and dialogue convey conflicting interests and confusion about the situation. During a close encounter, Nazar sternly asks if anyone tried to escape. The closeness of the characters and the simplicity of the dialogue enhance the urgency of the request. The red-haired character feels cornered, aware that he lacks arguments and seems to be waiting for consequences. His facial expression and the icy space around him emphasize the gravity of his predicament. Nazar is depicted in deep thought, unwilling to doubt without evidence. His determination is palpable, as is the seriousness of his search for truth in the ongoing drama. Nazar, smiling, challenges the validity of the claim due to lack of evidence, raising the possibility that evidence will actually be shown. Under the starry sky, Nazar calmly warns someone against certain actions, his face half covered by darkness. He confronts a group of shadowy figures, accusing one of them of intending to harm Rosetta, his words hanging heavy in the air. Nazar's hand is shown tightly gripping the hilt of his reed, his emotions on edge as he insists on honesty from the other party. Rosetta, who appears upset, is asked about her intentions to defend herself, whether she wants to run away or not. Nazar's enemy coldly proclaims Rosetta his wife by right of conquest, asserting her new status with a steely gaze. A bloodied Nazar mocks his enemy, doubting his ability to hide the violence of their encounter. Another character reacts with disbelief and anger upon seeing the extent of Nazar's injuries, looking for a reason for the confrontation. Nazar, with a weapon in his hands, silently warns that harsh words addressed to him will have consequences. Triumphant, the traitor proclaims understanding, standing proud and unbridled, his sword shining in the light. Under the night sky, Nazar looks up, holding a shining blade. Rosetta, hovering above him, watches silently, her body graceful against the dark background. Rosetta, surrounded by a beautiful blur of blue and purple flowers, looks down with a mixture of confusion and dejection. She wonders about the purpose of the swords as she sees a hand nearby cutting the ribbon. Amidst the foggy atmosphere, Rosetta, with concern written all over her face, suggests that they must act immediately to punish someone, otherwise Nazar's position in his community could be at risk. A close-up partially shows Nazar's thoughtful face as Rosetta reflects on the recent wound he received, realizing the severity of its consequences. Against a backdrop of twinkling stars, Rosetta stands next to Nazar. She questions the need to keep the swords, while simultaneously acknowledging the futility of a situation where the wound was simply bandaged. Close to each other, Rosetta looks into Nazar's eyes, reflecting on his uncertain recovery and how he cannot guarantee victory in battle or avoid the shadow of shame. In a dynamic battle scene under the night sky, Rosetta's blade clashes with Nazar's. The impact illuminates their fierce expressions and the intensity of their fight. Nazar stands tall, his blue eyes piercing, and he wields his blade confidently in the heat of battle, exuding a sense of control and determination. Nazar is caught in the middle of a scream, his face fierce and focused as he appears to be in the midst of a tense confrontation or statement. Rosetta looks away thoughtfully, her face filled with worry and thought as she stands in the cool shades of the night, pondering her next move. In a quiet setting, Rosetta stands by a balcony decorated with colorful flowers, lost in thought, looking into the distance. The scene is carefree, with the beauty of nature encroaching on the edges of the man-made structure. The confrontation unfolds as Isel engages in a brutal duel with an unseen opponent, the onomatopoeic sounds of bazaka punctuating the fighter's swift and precise movements. Rosetta, who seemed to be in the palace corridor, turns back to someone out of sight, asking if they have decided which prince to give the flowers to, her expression asking kindly. A poised Rosetta stands between two men with serious expressions. The atmosphere is formal and tense, and there is a silent understanding between the three. Isel looks directly at someone in an informal greeting, his red eyes and stoic expression contrasting with the friendly overture his words indicate. In a serene moment, Rosetta, surrounded by two young men, receives a chibi image, indicating victory in the tournament. The informal text suggests a relaxed celebration among friends. Rosetta looks startled by an off-camera event, her surprise echoed by the two men with her. The energetic cry indicates a humorous or unexpected event. As Rosetta, flanked by the two men, looks at them thoughtfully, a figure asks pointedly, "Me or Isel?" It is a moment of tension and unspoken emotion, as choice and loyalty seem to hang in the balance. Rosetta stands with another woman, possibly her sister, who looks upset at being teased. The chibi symbol at the bottom of the image lightens the mood, noting that this is all in good fun. The group is reminded of an official event they must attend, adding a sense of urgency. The dialogue reveals hierarchy and relationships, and Rosetta takes time to interact with someone named Isel. In a large room with tall windows, Rosetta, dressed in a bright blue dress, informs the others that they are leaving soon and will not be late. Standing nearby, Nazar, with his characteristic blue eyes, and a young woman in a light blue dress accept Rosetta's order, agreeing that they will follow them soon. In a more intimate conversation, Rosetta, with her golden locks, playfully encourages Nazar to give flowers to others, implying her desire to give him exclusive attention. Nazar stands before her, his face a mixture of surprise and curiosity, and the room glitters around them. Rosetta seeks reassurance, doubting the importance of her request to Nazar. Her expression is sincere, conveying the weight of her anxiety. She emphasizes that this is very important to her, trying to understand Nazar's feelings. Nazar smiles tenderly at Rosetta, confirming her special place in his heart, expressing his desire that she be the sole recipient of his support. His face is calm, content with the moment shared between them. The mood changes dramatically as Nazar's face becomes disfigured in agony, a dark force consuming him. His eyes, once blue, now glow with an unnatural light as he struggles against the overwhelming force. Under the darkness of the night, a shadowy figure watches the steam from afar, his gaze intense and focused. He stands to the side, hidden in the darkness, as the steam does not notice his watchful eyes. In the forest, Nazar appears troubled as he recalls an incident involving a fight and injury, which left him visibly dazed. His companion, worried, listens attentively as he shares his sad memory. Nazar's expression is haunting as he confesses to his companion the gravity of his situation, showing vulnerability. The night falls around them, quiet and expected. Faced with his own mortality, Nazar falls into deep thought, his features hardening as he contemplates his uncertain fate, the night casting eerie shadows around him. A figure with flowing dark hair faces an invisible opponent. His posture is defiant yet humble. He seems to have reached the limit of his strength, finding himself in a battle with superior forces. Rosetta, with her golden hair, is surprised, her eyes wide with an unknown realization. Her hand covers her mouth as if to hold back a scream, and her eyes shimmer with fractals, hinting at a surge of emotion or a sudden revelation. Nazar, a man with long black hair and blue eyes, stands in profile against a dark background, a single tear rolling down his cheek. He seems lost in thought, contemplating an experience far greater and more complex than what appears on the surface. Rosetta struggles with her emotions. She wonders out loud if she is worried about anyone, but then declines, expressing confusion about her own emotions. Her fingers are clenched tightly, and her face is downcast, shrouded in shadows, highlighting her internal conflict. Nazar, his face tear-stained and his expression disbelieving, his eyes wide open, reflecting deep shock or perhaps betrayal, the moment seems to freeze in place. From a high angle, we see Nazar looking down from a balcony at someone in an elegant white robe. The conversation turns to whether Nazar's arm is paralyzed, adding a layer of physical turmoil to the emotional turmoil. Nazar stands high on a balcony, holding a glowing sword as he faces a man in a white outfit. There is a sense of confrontation as Nazar is positioned as if he is the judge of fate, with the night sky as his backdrop. A close-up of the red-haired man identified as the traitor shows a mixture of emotions in his eyes. The look could be one of remorse, determination, or a complex combination of both as the light catches the sharp angles of his face. The man in the white coat, looking up, tells the redhead that his fate was sealed from the start. This fateful statement lends mythical dimension to their meeting against the starry night. Rosetta appears alone, her pale complexion contrasting against the dark background. Her eyes are downcast, and her body language suggests deep sorrow or submission, as if the weight of the world rests on her slender shoulders. The red-haired man stands imperiously, wielding a sword with an ominous crimson glow. The stance is confrontational, but there is a certain subtlety to it that suggests a dance with fate itself. Nazar, clenching his fist on the ground, feels sadness as he cries out in pain, thinking about his love. He is overcome with confusion and despair, tears flowing as he struggles with the feeling of betrayal. His red-haired traitor reveals the cruel intent of this act, standing over Nazar with a merciless stance. The traitor's eyes are cold and powerful, his gaze full of expectations of compliance and defeat. Rosetta talks about social norms over tea, explaining their unconditional acceptance by those around her. She discusses the difficulty of recognizing the flaws in her culture when that's all she knows. Rosetta suggests that it is difficult to label people as bad when they observe their customs. She reflects on the conscience of people who adhere to harmful traditions and questions the presence or absence of shame. The man calmly states that different levels of society have their own set of norms, implying a kind of relativism. The scene ends with an expression of longing under the night sky, leaving a silent desire for forgiveness. Nazar, with long black hair and blue eyes, confronts the red-haired traitor with a drawn sword, offering him a chance to live if he admits his mistake, but promises punishment upon his return. At another point, Nazar's cold demeanor softens as he acknowledges the traitor's wounds, but warns him not to expect to walk normally again. Gratitude mingles with capitulation on the traitor's face as he bows before Nazar, thanking him and swearing not to oppose him any longer. The traitor's refusal to accept Nazar's offer is met with stunned silence, his eyes wide with the realization of the gravity of his situation. Rosetta, the golden-haired girl, appears shocked to witness the traitor's humility and the looming figure of Nazar as the scene unfolds in a dark forest. Rosetta confronts Nazar in disappointment, admitting her innocence in the situation as the traitor remains on his knees, head bowed in defeat. Her face is disfigured with emotion. Rosetta cannot speak. The gravity of the events makes her speechless. As the group gathers, the order is given to take the traitor away, his fate now in the hands of others as he watches from his place on earth. While the traitor is in custody, the white-haired man assures Nazar of his faith in their cause despite the bloodshed, his expression sincerely convinced. Finally, the white-haired man doubts Nazar's well-being, noticing the blood on his clothes and a complex mixture of worry and awareness playing on his face. Nazar grips his sword tightly, contemplating turning back and facing the consequences of his wounds. His determination is evident even in the simplicity of his understanding. Rosetta stands in the moonlight, her expression stoic and unreadable. Her sharp gaze reveals an inner strength and an untold story hinted at by her piercing blue eyes. In the darkness of the night, Rosetta seems uneasy as she watches Nazar loom over her, obscured by the darkness. The tension between them is palpable, though his intentions are not yet clear. Nazar and Rosetta are together, but her pale and bloody lips indicate that all is not well. Nazar, with his back to us, seems to be leading them somewhere, perhaps away from danger. A calm scene unfolds with two horses grazing peacefully. This calm moment is in sharp contrast to the tension of the previous scenes. Nazar confronts Rosetta, his tone commanding and protective. He asserts his authority by insisting that she remain where she is, a clear sign of his concern for her safety. Rosetta's eyes are wide with fear and confusion. The word choice is in the air. I think she is facing a big decision that could change the course of her story. Rosetta looks at this with sadness, her downcast eyes and the word forgive, expressing deep pity or a plea for understanding. Finally, in a tender and vulnerable moment, Rosetta places her hand on Nazar, implying a connection deeper than the conflict hinted at, while Nazar admits he means her no harm. Nazar looks at Rosetta, expressing his reluctance to cause her pain. It is clear that no matter what their past, he does not want to see her in pain. Rosetta appears upset, tears welling up in her eyes as she is surrounded by an icy landscape that contrasts with her flower-adorned attire. Nazar looks ahead with deep blue eyes, a single tear betraying his otherwise stoic demeanor as he asks why Rosetta is crying. In a flurry of movements, Nazar pulls Rosetta into a tight embrace as the sounds of impact are emphasized, suggesting a sudden, passionate action. With a tear rolling down his cheek, Nazar firmly declares his intention to return to Rosetta, his face a mixture of determination and emotion. Their encounter intensifies when Nazar squeezes Rosetta's wrist, his words cutting off mid-sentence, heightening the tension of their interaction. The appearance of a gray-haired young man who comes with a tray of medicines and bandages, and his entrance is marked by surprise, will interfere. The young man stands frozen, embarrassed as he makes his presence known by locking himself in, clearly not expecting the scene before him. His exit is as sudden as his entrance, and he leaves hastily with a loud cry that emphasizes the awkwardness of his interruption. Nazar and Rosetta are left alone. She is noticeably emotional while Nazar remains protective, their connection highlighted by blue text. Their isolation is broken by a young man's cry from afar, his hasty retreat leaving a trace of awkwardness in the air. Rosetta, visibly upset, expresses her thoughts by asking why anyone would provoke a confrontation if their goal is different. Nazar, his blue eyes contemplating, ponders what would be the path to infiltrate the population if they belonged to the kingdom of Lisa. Suddenly, Rosetta's eyes widen as she utters a single word that betrays her shock at the unexpected discovery. Reflecting on the past, the hero solemnly talks about the signing of a treaty in the kingdom of Lisa about 20 years ago. It is remembered that the Vasco had already faced a similar challenge once, which forced them to turn to the kingdom for support. Depicted is a resolute king who officially refuses to participate in any matters related to marital unions. Rosetta connects the dots with her mother's stories, hinting at a deep-rooted secret that runs deep in her family's past. A historical scene unfolds, showing the young ruler who occupied the throne of the kingdom 2 decades ago. In a moment of reflection, Rosetta admits that her memories of the young king are fragmented and limited. Rosetta stands alone, small and isolated against the backdrop of a vast emptiness, accompanied only by words that foreshadow the harsh reality. Rosetta shows her surprise and confusion as she asks what the kingdom did, her green eyes wide with worry. The story continues with Nazar dismissing Rosetta's concerns, briefly telling her that it is none of her business, while Rosetta watches, shocked by his abruptness. Rosetta, in a sunny field, playfully muses that she is like a sunflower. Her mood improves, but she worries about arousing suspicion if she talks too much. A neatly dressed man steps into view, hinting at his official nature. The text suggests that he has taken Rosetta for specific reasons. Nazar reveals to Rosetta his strategic claims that she is his wife, protection from potential threats. A conversation unfolds where Nazar stoically announces the upcoming wedding in a month, for which he will return Rosetta to her father, leaving her visibly upset. Rosetta contemplates returning to the kingdom in a month, looking forlorn and thoughtful, as if struggling with an internal conflict. Rosetta and Nazar stand next to each other. He exudes a calm confidence, while she seems smaller, uncertain, lost in the dynamics of their complex relationship. Nazar, visible only for his astonishing abs, rebuffs Rosetta's attempts at humor, illustrating the tension between his strictness and her playful nature. Rosetta looks up with concern, seeing the pain on Nazar's face as he struggles with his work wounds. He reassures her that injury is a normal part of the job. Rosetta insists on helping Nazar with his injury, expressing gratitude and taking responsibility as she believes it happened because of her. He sits patiently, as if touched by her concern. Nazar gently corrects Rosetta's misunderstanding, clarifying that he is simply dealing with the wound that tried to kill him. He appears thoughtful, and she looks up at him, misunderstanding his initial statement. Nazar winces as he tends to the wound, expressing the importance of proper care to avoid infection. Rosetta, her hair neatly curled, offers her assistance, concerned for his well-being. Rosetta begs Nazar to let her help, as she feels responsible for his injuries. The flowers and light surrounding them suggest a delicate and caring interaction. With a restless gesture, Rosetta bandages Nazar's wound, emphasizing her willingness to help him. Nazar seems to accept her help with restraint but tenderness. Nazar is stern, his blue eyes meeting Rosetta's as he explains that the injury is serious and could get worse without proper care. Rosetta listens intently, her face filled with concern. With genuine emotion, Rosetta thanks Nazar for enduring the wound for her, feeling deep gratitude. Nazar observes her gratitude, the seriousness of the situation reflected in his eyes. Rosetta gently bandages Nazar's wound, her face a picture of concentration and concern. Nazar sits stoically, enduring the pain without complaint. Nazar, with a grim expression, tells Rosetta that he has dealt with a dangerous threat. She looks at him, her eyes full of confusion and worry, as she begins to realize the seriousness of his words. Nazar stands solemnly, acknowledging the problem within himself, hinting at the deeply troubling internal conflict. Rosetta, with excitement on her face, offers her help to Nazar, demonstrating her readiness to support him. In a calm setting, young Rosetta can be seen in the company of a boy reflecting on his educational journey, full of determination. Rosetta, now all grown up, lies on the examination table, looking up, remembering her childhood visits to the doctor with a little wonder. Nazar prepares to treat the wound with concentration and attention, emphasizing the severity of his condition. Distinct physique subtly shows the physical demands and perhaps the cost of his battles. Rosetta's eyes are full of concern, highlighting her deep concern for Nazar's well-being as he faces hardships. Nazar twirls a bandage around his waist, indicating a self-care routine and possibly the chronic nature of his illness. Rosetta's downcast gaze and anxious thoughts indicate that she is struggling with an awkward and difficult situation. Finally, Nazar looks at him with a piercing gaze, perhaps explaining something important, trying to clear up any confusion that may have existed. Rosetta firmly orders Nazar not to move, warning that the paint will run. He looks back at her, surprised by the severity of her voice. Amidst the stream of glittering lights, Nazar touches his forehead with tears in his eyes, as if puzzled, muttering under his breath, embarrassed by what Rosetta just said. Rosetta stands in the shadow of ominous vines with a tense expression as she declares that if she leaves, the enemies of the royal family will rise up. She fears that her disappearance will lead to a power struggle, with the nobles scheming behind her. With a somber expression, Rosetta reflects on being called a witch and a cursed princess, indicating her problematic status and how others perceive her. Rosetta, illuminated by a soft light among the flowers, innocently asks if people still think she is naive, and her face is the image of sincerity. In a skeptical tone, Rosetta questions the norm, suggesting that perhaps the roles have been reversed, hinting at a deeper misunderstanding or shift in perception. Nazar kneels down with an expression of pain on his face. It is clear that his mother considered Rosetta faithful even before their marriage, but no one decided to listen to her. In the next scene, Rosetta, dressed in a royal purple gown, stands with her back turned, looking over her shoulder at a group of dark figures, contemplating the scandalous rumor that she was born from an affair with a servant. The man broods in the darkness, his gaze intense as he plans to make the illegitimate heir legitimate, hinting at a dark scheme unfolding. Nazar, sitting shirtless at the table, listens to Rosetta's conversation, but internally rejects the need to listen to the words of the discouraged woman, demonstrating the gap between them. A woman with a mysterious smile holds her finger on her lips, hiding her eyes, hinting at unspoken thoughts or a secret. Rosetta looks away thoughtfully, her face clouded with sadness, as if the words about her mother have a weight that is personal and deep. The man Nazar lies on the ground, his face submissive. He tells of the cruel label a woman gave him before she died, instilling a history of neglect and tragedy. The woman ponders the nature of the last words, her eyes cold with skepticism. She implies that people often consider others' last words important, but her tone raises doubts. She continues by suggesting that perhaps for her mother, acknowledging the divine union was more important than being there for her, showing a conflict between duty and affection. With an air of barely perceptible amusement, she states how ridiculous the situation is, her eyes looking into the distance, suggesting irony in the face of an absurd or unexpected turn of events. Rosetta's eyes, full of emotion, reflect a complex past as she recalls her father's actions, driven by his love for the woman he loved. Rosetta appears thoughtful and sad, reflecting on protective intentions that failed to protect anyone, instilling a story of loss and broken promises. The woman is told that she is impeccable in an intimate conversation that shows deep understanding and perhaps contrasts with the majority opinion of forgiveness. Nazar, with a strong and intense gaze, appears to be deep in thought or facing a moment of realization, his facial expression conveying a mixture of emotions. Rosetta, with her golden locks, looks up with concern, making a faint sound as if she is worried about what will happen next. Nazar, with his piercing blue eyes, sharply warns Rosetta. He declares with cold indifference that he will no longer save her, even if she is drowning. Rosetta accepts Nazar's harsh statement with a humble, "I understand," acknowledging the pretense of their relationship. Nazar, looking away sternly, repeats his previous words. He firmly tells Rosetta that he will no longer save her, showing no signs of softening. Rosetta looks sad, her face a portrait of sorrow, reflecting on Nazar's words and their seriousness. In a vulnerable moment, Rosetta, surrounded by a frosty atmosphere, admits to herself that she did not want to complicate the situation because of her feelings. Rosetta, lost in her melancholy thoughts, reflects on the futility of her attachment, as if realizing the depth of her situation. With her eyes wide open and filled with unspoken pleas, Rosetta seems on the verge of tears, perhaps realizing the truth in Nazar's words. In an instant, Nazar looks down at Rosetta, seemingly delighted by her eyes, which he compares to precious stones. Nazar and Rosetta are in a delicate, almost ethereal interaction as he gently holds her hand, establishing a rare connection between them. Rosetta, caught in the moment of surprise, holds her doll tightly, her eyes wide open expressing her shock at her own words. In the silence of the room, Rosetta proclaims her intention to sleep, her voice a clear whisper beneath the comfort of the blanket. Nazar stands with an air of quiet strength, his striking blue eyes holding many unspoken thoughts. On a round wooden table inside the bucket lies a blood-stained piece of cloth next to a softly glowing candle, casting a warm light onto the gloomy scene. With his back to the room, Nazar's white shirt is spattered with blood, a silent testament to an invisible event as he stands over something or someone. The night is quiet when Nazar sits by Rosetta's bed, a silent, wakeful presence while she sleeps with innocent calm, her doll nearby. Up close, Nazar is a canvas of anxiety, and his eyes reflect a soul caught between duty and care. Rosetta lies motionless, her pallor and stillness causing a whisper of fear from someone invisible regarding her well-being. Rosetta's hand is raised as if she is about to touch her own face, signifying a moment of introspection or self-knowledge. In a dingy alley, Nazar, a man of imposing appearance, denies the claims, his posture rigid with defiance. Next to him, another man seems hesitant to admit an unwelcome truth. In the shadows, a well-groomed man with a mustache doubts the foundation of reality, his face a mixture of suspicion and defiance. The tortured figure stands, a cascade of light falling around him. He seems determined to atone for the sins of his father, the burden imprinted on his silhouette. The warrior stands among fallen foes, her blade and presence unwavering. She is a vision of vengeance and power, a force to be reckoned with. Rosetta, with her golden locks, speaks of protection and new status. Her eyes reflect the depth of emotion. Nazar, his blue eyes intensely, quietly ponders. His face is a mask of inner turmoil and secrets yet to be revealed. In an intimate moment, Rosetta's face is caressed. A mixture of tenderness and despondency passes between them. A shared drowsiness draws Nazar and Rosetta into a peaceful rest, a rare peace in the midst of confusion. Rosetta lies in thought, the warmth of the bed bringing back memories, as if the past and present were intertwined in her thoughts. In a darkened scene under a starry sky, a child pleads with an elderly woman, asking if they can leave the found object in hopes of permission. Nazar stands tall in the daylight, reflecting that while company is good, a wolf is better off treating his own kind by setting expectations of belonging. As Nazar's hand hovers over the creature, he emphasizes the urgency of returning her to the pack now, lest she ever join them, with an important decision in mind. Rosetta weeps silently, her golden hair shining in the light, mourning a loss or a difficult choice, hinting at deep emotional distress. Rosetta's hand rests softly, betraying her tender emotions towards the creature or the situation it faces, a moment of connection and sadness. She turns, looking over her shoulder, her face etched with sadness and thought, as if she were saying goodbye or reflecting on the past. Rosetta looks at the creature, asking if it ever sleeps, showing her care and concern for her well-being amidst the unfolding events. Nazar, framed in a doorway, brings sustenance, a simple loaf of bread, hinting at an offer of comfort or basic necessities in the face of adversity. As Rosetta holds the bread, her face mixes gratitude with concern, perhaps pondering the meaning of the gesture in the current circumstances. Rosetta smiles faintly, her eyes meeting Nazar's, a combination of gratitude and lingering sadness, hinting at the complex emotions at play in light of recent events. Nazar sits with his imposing posture restored to him, facing Rosetta. His question, full of expectation, hangs in the air as she turns to face him, a mixture of curiosity and anxiety playing on her face. The atmosphere brightens when Nazar, lost in his memory, remembers his beloved cat. Rosetta, taken aback, asks about the pet, revealing a hint of their shared history, or perhaps a deeper connection. A sudden shift to fantasy shows a large, blue-eyed wolf next to a petite, confused Rosetta. The juxtaposition captures her inner confusion in the midst of their strange exchange. Rosetta, with a twinkle of mischief, compares herself to a she-wolf, seeking confirmation from Nazar. Her playful question momentarily lifts his composure, revealing a lighter side to their relationship. In a moment of quiet acceptance, Rosetta acknowledges Nazar's strategy. Her willingness to accept silence signifies a deeper understanding of his intentions and the underlying dynamics of their interaction. Standing still, Rosetta contemplates the future. Her thoughts return to the man's intention to marry a young, beautiful woman, which prompts reflections on society's expectations and his place in them. The room fills with the sound of Rosetta's laughter, a sharp contrast to Nazar's unwavering seriousness. Her mirth adds a moment of levity to their otherwise tense conversation. Nazar, smiling wryly, challenges Rosette's self-perception, hinting that she considers herself the epitome of youth and charm, and his tone hints at tender familiarity. Rosetta calmly rejects Nazar's playful accusation, returning the conversation to a deeper contemplation of necessity and desire, opening a window into their intimate discourse. The silent figure of the white-haired warrior Nazar gives a hidden triumph, and his presence is a quiet testimony of seriousness, emphasizing the frivolous jokes between Nazar and Rosetta. Rosetta winks playfully, letting out an airy, "Ah!" as she announces a successful shopping trip. She exudes confidence and charm, blissfully unaware of the day's adventures unfolding. Nazar stands nearby, his deep blue eyes looking at Rosetta, asking gently if she was hurt the day before. Their closeness suggests a connection beyond mere acquaintance, and emotions simmer just beneath the surface. In moments of reflection, Nazar's eyes soften, indicating a sense of peace as he remembers quieter times. The intensity of his gaze indicates a protective nature, as well as the depth of his feelings for Rosetta. Nazar's hand gently cups her face, and Rosetta's eyes widen in a combination of surprise and vulnerability. The gentle gesture speaks of their closeness and Nazar's concern for her well-being. Sitting at a table decorated with white roses, Nazar and Rosetta share a quiet moment. Nazar's relaxed posture contrasts with Rosetta's strict formality, illustrating the different worlds they inhabit. Rosetta watches curiously as Nazar gives her a mysterious old ointment, a relic of the past that has great significance. His offer is a testament to the shared experience and history they have encountered together. Gratitude shines in Rosetta's eyes as she accepts the myrrh from Nazar with both hands, a symbol of their mutual respect and the care that binds them. Nazar's voice carries a note of authority as he allows Rosetta to leave the table but remain awake. His command underscores their duty to each other, binding them to an unspoken pact of loyalty and vigilance. Rosetta looks longingly into the distance, her expression a mixture of hope and thoughtfulness. She seems lost in thought, pondering the future and her place in the world alongside Nazar. A closer look at the ointment reveals the intricate details and care taken to preserve it. Nazar's fingers are gentle yet firm, a testament to his strength and precision. A man with long black hair and a traditional embroidered shirt stands in a room filled with glow and floating orbs, looking poised and somewhat confused. Two men stand in elegant military uniforms, one with a shocked expression and the other with a serious, almost suspicious look. A man in a traditional shirt towers over two soldiers, one of whom looks at him questioningly. The dialogue suggests a combination of bewilderment and denial of something undefined. The next scene focuses on a conversation between two soldiers, where one seems to infer a reaction that did not occur, prompting the other to question faith. The conversation continues with a mention of a girl who went into the forest after hearing about a monster attack, indicating bravery or impulsiveness, with a shadow of doubt hanging over the statement. During the discussion, there is distrust expressed about the girl's actions, and one of the men recalls hearing laughter that seems to have a double meaning. One of the men points to the side, indicating that someone has left an important person behind. The context seems to revolve around loyalty or an unexpected act. A close-up of one man shows an intense and slightly threatening conversation about the veracity of the previous reaction, demanding honesty. The focus shifts to the white-haired man, who looks thoughtful and upset, and the discussion turns to gratitude, acceptance, and perhaps societal expectations. Finally, the man is shown in a darkened setting, expressing the exhaustion and heaviness of the ordeal they have been through, with a strong sense of shared experience. Nazar stands in the shadows, one tear on his cheek, muttering under his breath, clearly preoccupied and searching for answers. Standing side by side, Nazar and his white-haired warrior exude a quiet strength. Both are dressed in elegant military attire, symbolizing their status and sociability. The white-haired warrior is deep in thought, expressing an unwillingness to forgive someone who crosses the line, hinting at a sense of justice and personal boundaries. Caught off guard, the warrior looks out the window, and Nazar playfully asks if he is scared, which sparks a moment of light-hearted banter between them. Rosetta appears surprised, her green eyes wide open and looking forward, indicating that she is either surprised or startled by an unexpected event or revelation. The interaction between Rosetta and the white-haired warrior is cordial. She asks if he is well. There is a sense of concern and politeness in her inquiries. The warrior playfully insists on a less formal address, pointing out that Rosetta is, after all, his wife, bringing a casual, intimate dynamic to their relationship. Amidst a whimsical backdrop filled with furry creatures, Rosetta happily accepts the warrior's offer, her face beaming with enthusiasm. A tender scene unfolds as Rosetta strokes the warrior's head. They both smile in the idyllic setting, signifying a moment of affection and communication. In a tender confrontation, Rosetta seems to ask herself out loud, while the warrior, a little surprised, reassures her, revealing the protective and comforting aspect of their relationship. Rosetta, with her golden hair, looks confused when Nazar, a warrior with white hair, raises a calming hand, suggesting there is no need for alarm. "Don't worry, it's just a bruise," he says. Rosetta stands by the dark horse, her expression softened, her eyes relieved. It seems the horse has been carrying her for 2 days, indicating a connection between them. The horse presses his nose against Rosetta's dress, a gentle gesture that makes her wonder about his intentions. This intimate moment suggests a deeper connection. Rosetta appears delighted by the horse's playful behavior, with a speech bubble indicating that the horse rarely behaves like this, but he seems to like it. Nazar looks at him with a combination of surprise and understanding, commenting on how he understands the horse's intentions, distinguishing when he wants to bite and when he is just playing. When young Rosetta and Nazar reminisce, Nazar jokes about the horse's playful kick, comparing it to a childhood memory, pointing to ancient society. Nazar assures Rosetta that the horse is now as gentle as a lamb and asks her to watch carefully, demonstrating the horse's calm behavior. The horse shows restraint, does not bite the fingers offered by Nazar, much to Rosetta's surprise. Nazar's assurance turns into a frivolous moment between them. Rosetta seems reassured by Nazar's control over the horse, her tension easing as she reaches out to pet the animal, showing trust in Nazar's words. Finally, Rosetta approaches the horse, her initial hesitation giving way to a smile as Nazar watches, affirming the importance of their journey together and the bond it has created. Against a calm and floral backdrop, Rosetta and the dark horse share a tender moment. She admires the horse, gently touching his muzzle, conveying a sense of deep connection and affection. The scene shifts slightly, highlighting the horse's head, with Rosetta's hand caressing his muzzle. The bubble reveals the horse's sense of Rosetta's uniqueness, accompanied by text about how no one but girls has ever ridden him. Rosetta, surrounded by flowers, looks lovingly at the horse. Her words, full of admiration for its beauty, are surrounded by an aura of warmth and deep gratitude for this creature. Under a bright sky, Nazar appears next to Rosetta, who seems to have been taken by surprise. His presence is calm and reassuring, hinting at the close relationship between them. In a more intimate perspective, Rosetta is shown introducing the warrior Nazar to the horse. She appears pleased, and the dialogue suggests a breach of custom, hinting at a strong bond between her and the horse. Amidst laughter and clear skies, Nazar's warrior jokes with his horse, declaring that they are friends. The relaxed atmosphere highlights the carefree dynamic between them. Rosetta, radiant and joyful, smiles brightly. Her laughter and happiness are evident, adding a layer of serenity to the narrative. Nazar addresses his warrior sternly, pointing out his position and suggesting that he step back. Rosetta's laughter fades as a hint of worry appears on her face. Rosetta stands poised and elegant, refusing to accompany Nazar and his warrior. At the same time, she chooses the company of a horse, asserting her decision with a reserved demeanor. Finally, a surprised expression appears on Nazar's face. The text tells of the consequences of inviting a woman to a man, with Rosetta's unconventional choice causing different reactions. In a tender moment, Rosetta tenderly holds the scepter, and Nazar looks at her with a feeling of respect or longing. The soft light and flowers around them create a romantic atmosphere. Rosetta, with a sad expression, asks if roses can feel emotions around them, especially when they are stepped on. The question seems to spread like a whisper, adding a layer of curiosity to the scene. Nazar helps Rosetta onto her horse, a simple gesture that hints at a possible journey or adventure ahead. They are surrounded by a lush field, signaling a departure from a comfortable location. Nazar makes a statement about the norms of society, perhaps hinting at the societal expectations or rules that govern their behavior, emphasizing the platonic boundary between them. Rosetta answers questions that seem to challenge Nazar's prior assertion. Her tone seems to combine innocence with a keen desire to understand the rules that bind them. In her moment of defense, Rosetta seems upset by Nazar's words about the boy. Her protective nature shines through as she speaks tenderly of the boy's bravery and kindness. Rosetta understands the consequences of being seen with Nazar and suggests an alternative to avoid rumors, perhaps signaling her awareness of the social consequences of their actions. Rosetta and Nazar sit on a horse, discussing the concept of beauty. Nazar's philosophical approach contrasts with Rosetta's straightforward appreciation of beauty, and he humorously criticizes the horse they are riding. Rosetta discusses her unusual childhood vision of beauty, considering things to be beautiful that are not traditionally beautiful, such as insects and pine cones. Nazar agrees with Rosetta's ideas about beauty, appreciating the uniqueness in the ordinary and recognizing its perspective. Rosetta finds beauty in the blue sky and the sleek black horse, linking nature and animals to her idea of beauty. Rosetta asks Nazar to let her know if his wound opens again, showing concern for his well-being, while Nazar remains silent, perhaps contemplating. Nazar assures Rosetta that they will reach their destination by tomorrow, bending down to her level in what could be a consoling gesture. Rosetta expresses regret at no longer being able to ride due to her condition, revealing feelings of loss and longing. Nazar offers to teach Rosetta if she wants, and encourages her to find new interests, indicating support and a caring attitude. Rosetta's face is disfigured by sudden pain, which attracts Nazar's attention, emphasizing the alarming change in her state of health. Rosetta refers to Nazar's previous advice that she needs rest, perhaps indicating a discussion about her health. Nazar holds Rosetta's hand tenderly, showing his care and willingness to stay close, strengthening the bond between them. Rosetta, with her golden locks, laughs heartily, expressing gratitude from the bottom of her heart, surrounded by a bright aura of happiness. Nazar, a man with striking blue eyes, stares ahead, embodying determination and quiet strength. Together, Nazar stands next to Rosetta under a clear sky, their position demonstrating a bond of mutual support and alliance. Nazar carries Rosetta's consciousness in his arms across a green meadow, hinting at a journey or escape to a safe place. The scene takes place in a darkened room, where the man decides that Nazar will not come today, reveals his plan to stay with the hostess, and holds in his hands a letter intended for Nazar, wondering what to do next. A man in military uniform explains an unexpected situation to his surprised comrade, pointing out a turn in their plans. The man with the letter inquires about the sender, his face tense as he learns that it comes from Prince Baskov. He asks to deliver the letter, his tone polite but firm, hinting at the urgency and importance of its contents. The nobleman's surprise becomes evident when he receives the letter, his face a mixture of curiosity and apprehension about what the message might contain. The letter shows Princess Rosette's bracelet, accompanied by a loud sound, hinting at an important discovery or turning point in history. The man holding the letter asks who delivered it, asking where that man is. The attendant, calm and composed, tells him that the supplier is waiting at the gate. Next, we see another man, seemingly of high status, speaking with authority. He instructs someone off-camera to immediately deliver the letter carrier to his office and assures them that after that they can return to their place, since the matter no longer concerns them. A cloaked figure kneeling on the ground respectfully greets someone and asks if he belongs to a certain tribe, indicating a difference in social or cultural environment. The hooded figure confirms their identity in the fourth scene, acknowledging what was said earlier, revealing that they were sent by the tribe's chieftain's daughter and that their name is Amel. The man, probably of noble birth, doubts the truth of the words written in the letter with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. The cloaked figure appears disappointed or unsure, responding with ellipses, suggesting that they are either withholding information or are unsure of the situation. The nobleman then states that he will not hold the hooded figure responsible for the events described in the letter, but demands an explanation of what happened. A man of noble status explains that the princess is important to him, and his son, who is not at the castle, is unable to help the hooded figure, suggesting a complicated relationship and possibly a call for help related to the princess. The mysterious figure admits that he does not have all the information, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty and intrigue. Finally, the hooded figure reveals that, unlike the said lord, the tribe's leader is against releasing the princess, revealing the political tensions and possibly a rescue mission. In a dimly lit room, a shadow-shrouded figure gravely speaks of ignorance of the princess's true status, allowing a trace of sadness to seep through her. The man stands with his back to the viewer, dressed in an exquisite suit, his posture frozen as he claims to have been overheard. A regal woman in an elegant dress with a sad expression on her face asks for the honor of reading the letter, her eyes shining with curiosity. A hand holds a letter with illegible font. The text in the hint asks the reader what to do next. Tension rises as a man standing in front of a woman of noble stature debates the need to inform the healer, placing his hand to his forehead in a gesture of concern or frustration. The woman's profile exudes calm against the dark background, the whisper of sound signifying the silence of the room. When confronted with a man, a woman's words carry the weight of possibility, questioning whether the moment they are in could possibly be the chance they have been waiting for. Her face is a picture of peace and expectation, the only word, chance, hanging in the air between them. The man, his eyes narrowed in determination, ponders their engagement, questioning the only question. The final text asserts the law of succession to the kingdom, where the eldest child ascends to the throne regardless of gender, while the illustration of the queen on the throne represents the grandeur of the narrative. A young man with golden hair is carefully crafting something, surrounded by magical sparkles. The text suggests that this place allows one to become someone important, such as a commander of a prestigious order, if one has the appropriate talent and determination. The princess named Rosetta is depicted sitting gracefully, her demeanor gentle and welcoming. From the text it seems that she has been ill since childhood, but her good nature shines through. She lacks everything except a magically timid and welcoming presence. The two figures are depicted in a dimly lit space filled with lilies, focusing on the elder one comforting the younger one with a gentle touch. The dialogue suggests that they have sent the elder princess to be healed in the hopes of winning her over. Azel, one of the characters, chose Rosetta over the elder princess Tanit, indicating an important decision represented by the bright light separating him and the other character, a woman with blonde hair and violet eyes that radiate nobility. The speech bubble states that they do not need a princess, implying a renunciation or release from someone's status or presence. The scene shows a close-up of two hands. One holds a letter, hesitantly signing a name. The text expresses regret for taking too long to make a decision, suggesting a difficult or weighty choice. In an elegant hall, a man and a woman stand facing each other. The man says, "And you too, I think." It would seem to be a moment of mutual understanding or recognition between the two. The same man, in a luxurious setting, asks how to recognize a soulmate, revealing his introspective side. He seems to be pondering the nature of soul ties. He admits that he has forgotten something important among his considerations, hinting at a moment of realization or recollection of an important fact or feeling that was missed. Finally, the woman is shown with a soft expression and the statement, "She loves him." This indicates romantic feelings, ending the episode with an affirmation of love. In a brightly colored greenhouse decorated with flowers, two noble women are talking over tea. The woman with silver hair, dressed in a crimson dress, says that she will bring something else when she gets home and hopes that it will not be refused. The woman in blue replies, assuring that she will not refuse affection. The conversation continues as the silver-haired woman modestly expresses her anticipation of the gift while subtly emphasizing her status as a queen. The younger woman in blue, with a thoughtful look, contrasts herself with the other children who have received more than a basic education, while reflecting on a girl named Rosetta who grew up without such privileges. Amidst an elegant tea party, a woman in blue shares her worries about Rosetta reaching marriageable age and fears that it might affect how others perceive her. The silver woman, expressing concern, asks who would dare to court the princess, hinting at the deep pressures and expectations of society. In a tone tinged with resignation, the woman in blue laments the inevitable gossip that follows the nobility, finding solace in the fact that only a man named Isel truly understands Rosetta. In an effort to reassure, the silver-haired woman consoles her companion, hinting that it is time for the princess to accept the realities of life by reflecting on social norms. In a moment of loneliness, a woman in blue stands by the window, her posture reflecting a sense of hope. Returning to the conversation over tea, the woman in blue expresses her desire for Rosetta to lead the simple life she loved as a wife and mother, in contrast to her current royal burdens. The silver woman looks out the window, a storm of emotions hidden behind her reserved appearance, reflecting on the heavy expectations a princess must bear. In a quiet setting, a man with silver hair and a sincere smile reflects on the person he is staying with, hinting at a moment of recognition or decision. Another man with golden hair and a worried expression asks why he was not told the truth sooner, indicating that the revelation came too late. A woman in an elegant dress confronts a golden-haired man from behind, sarcastically questioning whether a certain action will change the king's mind, hinting at a scheme that may not work as intended. The golden-haired man claims that they can and should do nothing, suggesting that they resign themselves to their fate or a situation beyond their control. The note is burned, an act that ensures that the secret remains within one person, hinting at a secret or hidden plan that is crucial to the plot. The woman, with strikingly white hair and lavender eyes, admits that she did not see who delivered the mysterious object, adding to the mystery. Finally, the golden-haired man looks on, lost in thought, perhaps pondering the weight of the invisible contents of the letter or document, pondering the situation that could change his course. Nazar holds Rosetta's hand tenderly, a worried expression on his face. The dialogue reveals his thoughts. This is зрение, указывающее на его беспокойство или осведомленность о их ситуации. Rosetta, her golden locks cascading, leans on Nazar for support. Her tears and Nazar's dialogue, and then it's dangerous, hint at the imminent threat they face. The couple looks out over a majestic city bathed in the golden light of sunset. The city's intricate architecture and bustling environment suggest that this is an important place, perhaps their destination or home. Nazar, with a stern but caring expression, tells Rosetta that they must quickly ride back to the castle, urging her to hold on tight, pointing out the haste and potential danger. The figure holds a blue flag aloft, whipped by the wind. Below, in bold letters, is the command, back. Zrenia, likely a call to action or an order to retreat, indicating an urgent situation. The door opens on command, emphasizing action and urgency, as if a critical event is unfolding that requires immediate entry or exit. Nazar, Rosetta, and their companions approach the front door of the castle, the setting sun casting long shadows, indicating their arrival at an important moment. The man at the entrance announces their arrival with antimony, a traditional sign of honor or important news, emphasizing the importance of Nazar and Rosetta's return. The retinue led by Nazar marches under the proud flags of the city, symbolizing a moment of triumph or a significant arrival, because the townspeople could have witnessed a key event. Rosetta's gaze, filled with complex emotions, is framed by her exquisite attire, suggesting that she is of high status or importance, perhaps reflecting the seriousness of their situation. In a market full of fresh produce, Nazar is pleasantly surprised as he carefully selects apples, while the saleswoman, proud of her goods, holds one up, declaring the freshness of the fruit. They are both immersed in the lively atmosphere of the market. A woman in a purple dress takes the hand of a man dressed in a dark blue coat adorned with elaborate gold embroidery. His stern demeanor as he walks beside her through the sunlit streets suggests a sense of duty or purpose in his actions. The page, filled with elegant, sophisticated design, is accompanied by reflective text that seems to ponder the nature of humans, contrasting their free and easygoing behavior with the past learned expectations of the elves. A group of dark figures stand in a dimly lit alley, their faces covered as the caption recalls 3 years ago in Terry's capital. The mystery of the scene suggests a secret or a premonition. Rosetta, a girl with golden hair, asks why there are so many poor people in a city that is known to be the richest in the world. She asks the question of a woman sitting by the window and sewing, highlighting the contrast between the city's reputation and the reality she observes. In a close dialogue, the woman advises Rosette not to question such matters, hinting at the complexities or perhaps unspoken rules of their society. Rosette looks out the window, a gesture that may indicate a desire for understanding or change. Rosetta shows her surprised reaction, her green eyes wide with surprise or realization, as if she had witnessed something unexpected or suddenly understood. A gloomy group of people with their eyes closed or looking away expresses grief or shock. The mood is heavy with emotion, underlined by the word lie in italics, which means revelation or deception. Rosetta, covered in a black cloak that shields her from view, reflects on someone's intentions to protect her from the judgmental eyes of others, hinting at her vulnerability and refuge from public scrutiny. Durno Castle stands majestically against the night sky, its name etched across the top as if to announce its heritage. The woman's face, covered in worry and wet with tears, shows relief as she talks to someone invisible, relieved when they return, while Nazar stands in the background, his blue eyes revealing no emotion. A mysterious figure in nun's garb introduces a stoic woman on horseback to the assembled crowd, conveying the arrival of the distinguished. This is... Rosetta's face stands out, her golden locks frame her face, and her eyes, a bright green, contain a depth of emotion that words cannot yet convey. At the decisive moment, the nun declares Rosetta her wife, finally breaking the air, leaving no room for questions. The woman in black clarifies that Rosetta, who was once a nobleman's daughter, is now her wife and under her command, causing a mixture of emotions among the audience. Silence permeates the courtyard, and the audience stands frozen, their expressions reflecting the shock of the discovery, underscored by the echo of the name Inna. A powerful but calm woman in black orders her servants to escort Rosetta to their rooms, hinting at the grueling trials of days past. Nazar refuses the invitation to follow, insisting on looking into some protracted matters, his calm as unshakable as his determination. Left alone, Rosetta whispers into the night, a quiet echo of resignation as Nazar moves away, leaving her to struggle with the burden of recent events. In a moment of surprise, Nazar clutches his shirt tightly, asking, "Who are you?" There is a sense of urgency and anxiety in his actions. During the formal meeting, complete shock fills the room as the servants stand still. Rosetta is in the center, expressing disappointment that her behavior is inappropriate for a child, indicating that he feels out of place. In the close-up, Nazar's fingers touch delicately, the feeling of compassion conveyed by his gentle sorry, hinting at a moment of tender apology. During a quiet conversation on the street, Nazar tells Rosetta to rest while he speaks to the elders, and she reflects on his words. Their interaction is solemn and symbolic. As Nazar leaves the building, the red-haired maid humbly expresses her joy in caring for him, demonstrating her loyalty and devotion to her role. Nazar is seen leaving with 2 guards by his side. A determined and somber mood permeates the scene, hinting at the seriousness of his upcoming task. A distressed Rosetta is seen with tears in her eyes, indicating deep emotional distress and worry, possibly about Nazar's departure. Holding her hand gently, Rosetta stands thoughtful, her face sullen as she considers the gravity of the situation, her gaze a mixture of determination and apprehension. The red-haired servant invites Rosetta to follow her, a gesture of support and guidance during a difficult time for both of them. Finally, the image showcases the paintings and busts displayed in the room, hinting at the culture and sophistication of the characters, creating a backdrop of heritage and history. Rosetta, the girl with golden hair, looks surprised and somewhat confused. The servant with red hair seems to be explaining something to her with a somewhat worried expression. She remembers something about this place not being as brightly cheerful as it seems. In the close-up, Rosetta's eyes are wide open, perhaps full of curiosity or concern, as she talks to someone, perhaps asking if they want to know more about something, indicating a willingness to share information or learn. Rosetta and the servant are in a hallway, and the servant points to the walls and floor. Rosetta seems interested in the artwork that once adorned them, hinting at a change or loss that she has noticed. The servant, looking thoughtful and a little gloomy, seems to share some knowledge with Rosetta. She talks about the unique nature of the trees and flowers, perhaps explaining why the place looks different from what Rosetta remembers. Rosetta looks thoughtful, perhaps even worried, when the servant reveals information about a unique paint that is coveted by many, including a kingdom that demands it as tribute, hinting at the paint's considerable value and rarity. The servant looks proud and excited as she explains the importance of paint to the family's wealth and status. Rosetta listens intently, her expression indicating that she is absorbing new and possibly disturbing information. Looking down from above, Rosetta and the servant are shown from afar, creating an atmosphere of isolation or contemplation as they perhaps decide their next move or destination in the vast, ornate space. As they walk together, the servant seems to debate whether to share the information with Rosetta or keep it to himself, hinting at a deeper, perhaps darker secret. The servant appears troubled as she looks into the air, perhaps contemplating the implications of the conversation or the weight of the secrets she holds as she looks out into the outside world. Rosetta returns to the servant in the dark room, her expression serious and searching, as if she is about to confront the servant or ask a difficult question about what they think of a person named Rhea. Rosetta, with her golden hair, smiles softly, complimenting an invisible person for his kindness and thoughtfulness. She is surrounded by a soft floral background, giving her an angelic appearance. The brown-haired maid stands alone, her expression grave and her eyes downcast. She says nothing. The silence speaks volumes about her contemplative mood. Rosetta's eyes are wide with surprise. Her lips are slightly parted. She is looking into the distance. In short, this ribbon signifies the realization or discovery of the importance of the subject in question. In a more intimate setting, Rosetta graciously receives a ribbon from a servant who explains that she had nothing to hold up her hair. The gesture seems to carry the weight of kindness and history between them. The servant asks if the recipient realizes the significance of the ribbon, implying that there is more to the piece of cloth than meets the eye. Rosetta looks away, clutching the ribbon, revealing that it belongs to someone's mother. This revelation adds depth and sentiment to the seemingly simple ribbon. The servant watches, her internal monologue expressing her shock that a personal and valuable thing was given to her so freely, especially considering the giver's usual restraint. The tension rises as Rosetta, holding the ribbon, seems to sense something is wrong. The servant's words, "If something is wrong, add to the feeling of discomfort. A close-up of the maid shows her apologizing and somewhat regretful. She is amazed by the gift she has received, hinting at a backstory filled with emotion and perhaps pity. Rosetta looks thoughtfully at the tape, realizing that it is not a simple object. There is a certain premonition that indicates that the tape's history is complex and perhaps even dangerous. Rosetta, with golden hair, stands in a large room, looking a little surprised as she says, "I didn't know." The atmosphere is tense and uncertain. The red-haired maid thoughtfully comments, "Zaire is famous for its colors," looking at this with a serious expression, perhaps pondering the meaning of this information. In a lighter mood, Rosetta, with a shy and hopeful look, asks if she can start by taking a bath, thought bubbles indicating her anticipation and slight embarrassment after the long journey. The servant, taken aback by Rosetta's request, looks surprised and a little flustered, her wide eyes and raised eyebrows expressing her astonishment. The assembled servant politely asks Rosetta if she would like to dine, formally and respectfully opening the next stage of hospitality. Rosetta's request for a bath is confirmed by the servant, who understands the importance of feeling refreshed after the journey and agrees to boil water, demonstrating his attention to Rosetta's comfort. The young maid's face shows a look of joyful surprise as she eagerly asks about Rosetta's identity, and the glitter around her indicates her excitement and curiosity. In a secluded corner of the large estate, a red-haired servant shares a serene moment with Rosetta, revealing that despite her brief interaction, she is still unfamiliar with the guests, highlighting the need for more time to get to know her. The servant admits that Rosetta cannot speak the Ardennes language, which Rosetta confirms, laying the groundwork for a cultural exchange and a potential language barrier in their interactions. Rosetta looks on impatiently, putting her finger to her lips as if about to share a secret or ask a question. The brown-haired maid boasts of her knowledge of Latin, claiming that she is the best among the staff, while Rosetta and the red-haired maid listen. The red-haired maid looks a little resigned when she agrees to take Rosetta to another lady, her expression a mixture of duty and reluctance. Rosetta seems amused when the chestnut-haired maid playfully hints that Rosetta can brighten up any conversation by emphasizing her social charm. A solitary figure stands in a majestic room, the decor of which is as majestic and cold as the owner's reputation, instilling an austere and regal atmosphere. The same figure looks out of the window at the city below, the darkness of the room intensifying the distant light, hinting at a light beyond her reach. The chestnut-haired maid gently knocks on the lady at the window to let her know that her bath is ready, interrupting her quiet contemplation. The scene becomes comical as the maids unexpectedly bring a bathtub into the room, leaving Rosetta astonished at the break with tradition. In a moment of formality, the red-haired maid announces that she will take care of the lady, indicating that the guest may leave as the scene focuses on a set of elegant clothes. The maids leave after making sure the bath is prepared to their woman's satisfaction, their silhouettes receding from the bright bathroom, leaving the scene calm. The brown-haired girl excitedly introduces herself, saying her name is Benny. She makes a peace sign over her eyes, obviously delighted. Benny, a servant with brown hair, tests the temperature of the water with Rosetta, asking if she likes it. A thoughtful Rosetta looks away, not answering. Rosetta quietly muses, dipping her toes into the water, muttering to herself about the dreamy quality of the bath, falling silent with a thoughtful expression. Rosetta's face is one of triumph, framed by her golden locks, as she pensively muses, her only company being her deep thoughts. Rosetta is caught in an unexpectedly playful frolic when Benny, her lively, brown-haired servant, appears behind her, leading to an uncomfortable silence between them. Rosetta's elegant dress, adorned with detailed embroidery and ribbons, hangs gracefully, hinting at the luxurious surroundings that surround the characters. The scene shifts to a more intimate setting where Benny helps Rosetta into the bath, offering his hand with a caring smile, while Rosetta maintains a demure pose. Benny admires Rosetta's beautiful golden hair and soft, delicate skin with a combination of awe and outright flattery that highlights the physical contrast between them. The maid's gentle touch is evident as she carefully washes Rosetta's back, indicating the bond of trust and service between them. Finally, we see a side of Rosetta that reflects gratitude and peace as she acknowledges her rare, enjoyable interaction, without any anxiety or stress, thanks to Benny. Rosetta looks thoughtful and feels relieved, thinking that, other than Shiki, this is the first time she has been treated well, which eases her anxiety. In the bathhouse, Rosetta, a golden-haired girl, is approached by her servant Benny, who fearfully lets in his jar, locking himself. "No," when Rosetta asks about her concern. Rosetta reveals her refined profile, highlighted by her blonde hair and striking green eyes, as she turns away, leaving an air of mystery. Rosetta dismisses Benny's concerns about her shoulder, explaining that the scar is from a childhood injury that has long since healed, rejecting the idea that it still affects her. Hearing Benny's recollection of the arrows, Rosetta's face became confused. She had not mentioned any such incident in her past. Benny, wide-eyed and sincere, insists that Rosetta's scar is indeed an arrow wound, challenging Rosetta to deny the idea. From a high angle, we see Benny kneeling by the bathtub, expressing his belief that despite some claiming that Rosetta is only a guest, she perceives it as a genuine reaction. A sense of urgency grips Rosetta as she asks Benny about the whereabouts of a man named Venny, his gaze filled with concern. Benny, with brown hair, looks up intently when Rosetta asks about a woman named Calanthe. Benny reveals that she is her maternal grandmother. Rosetta looks out the window, lost in thought, having come to the conclusion that the man she is waiting for is unlikely to return. In a light-hearted conversation, Benny, the servant, playfully suggests that Rosetta might be afraid of ghosts, to which Rosetta, half submerged in the bathtub, nervously denies. As night falls, Rosetta reflects on her eternal loneliness, warning Benny not to freeze as they prepare to spend the evening together. Rosetta, holding the purple flowers, marvels at them. Benny informs her that they are lavender, used for fragrance or as a medicine. Rosetta admires the flowers carefully, considering their use, while Benny watches with a tender look of pleasure. Benny helps Rosetta, now dressed in noble attire, as they share a moment of connection, highlighting the close bond between servant and master. Rosetta's expression softens as she looks at the delicate petals, reflecting a moment of quiet gratitude for their beauty. A sense of urgency arises when Rosetta suddenly realizes that her tape is missing. Benny watches, surprised by his mistress's distress. The tranquility of the scene is shattered when Benny rushes off, determined to find Rosetta's missing ribbon, her concern evident. In a heated argument, Benny, the brown-haired servant, argues with Rosetta over her lost outfit, indicating urgency and confusion. Rosetta, with her impressive golden hair, declares her intention to go off somewhere on her own, despite Benny's obvious concern and attempts to follow. By holding the ribbon tightly, Rosetta reveals that it is the only memento of her mother, emphasizing its sentimental value and her emotional attachment to it. Benny, standing boldly, asserts himself in a tense situation, demonstrating his determination and protection of Rosetta. Benny frantically questions the man about Rosetta's clothes, her expression one of panic and alarm, hinting at a situation with dire consequences. A moment of intimacy shows Rosetta and Benny united in a quiet, darkened space, suggesting a deep connection and shared care. Rosetta stands amidst the flames, her hand pressed to her mouth in shock, signaling the catastrophic turn of events and her horror at the destruction. In a desperate attempt, Rosetta extends her hand as if trying to stop the engulfing flames, emphasizing the sense of helplessness and urgency. Benny's scream for Rosetta is marked by fear, her face contorted in alarm, indicating the immediate danger Rosetta faces. Rosetta watches her expression change from worry to determination, as she seems to acknowledge the gravity of her situation. A character in a dark coat stands on a shiny floor with a hexagonal pattern, calling out in surprise or insistence, probably to someone named Rita. Nazar, a character with long black hair and blue eyes, is greeted by a silver-haired face. The latter expresses relief at seeing Nazar safe, admitting that they had planned to visit. The gray-haired man waved off Nazar's apologies with a gentle smile, grateful that Nazar had come to them immediately and resolved urgent issues. Nazar assures another character that there will be no more reasons for unrest, to which he simply replies, "Good." 2 cups of tea are on the table, and one character notices that the king has returned from the previous evening, recovering from his morning wound. Nazar ponders the elderly advisor's reaction thoughtfully and a little worriedly, doubting the consequences of certain decisions. Sitting across from Nazar, the silver man thinks deeply, concerned about the loneliness caused by the king's actions, and wonders what else they can do. The silver-haired man warns Nazar, explaining the proximity of their lands to those of powerful enemies, implying that accusations could lead to greater conflict. There is a pause in the conversation as the silver-haired man ponders, leaving a statement hanging with, "So." In a dimly lit room, Nazar sternly says that it would be best to distance himself from the king as soon as possible, implying a sense of urgency and anxiety. Nazar stands in a dark room, his long black hair framing his face as he looks at someone with a mixture of emotions, reflecting on his previous thoughts of accepting someone's death. Reflecting, Nazar reflects on his initial decision to end his life, admitting he has changed his mind. His striking blue eyes are full of intensity as he reveals his inner turmoil over the harm he has caused. In a poignant moment, Nazar talks about the injustice he experienced, talks about his pain because of the resentment towards himself and his wife, revealing the depth of his feelings and the seriousness of the resentment. Surprised by the mention of his wife, Nazar doubts the other's knowledge, his expression changing to shock, doubting the intent of these words. He looks seemingly defeated as he acknowledges the difficulty of the situation with a simple, "Well, that's how it turned out," hinting at resignation to the unpredictable consequences. With his back to us, Nazar listens to someone telling how 3 days ago someone interfered in an important family relationship, causing significant upset. Nazar's thoughtful gaze drops down as he asks if the bride is really to blame for searching for an answer in the midst of confusion. In close-up, we see Nazar's face, expressed with distrust, his eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation, when he doubts the seriousness of the claims made. Nazar firmly states his intention to bring someone back to the family, expressing a sense of duty and the impossibility of accepting them as a wife due to discord between the families. Finally, with one word, "I understand," Nazar accepts the full seriousness of the revelations, his face a portrait of awareness and acceptance as he comes to terms with the situation. Nazar, with long black hair and blue eyes, demands to be told what is happening, showing his frustration and haste. In close-up, Nazar reflects on a recent meeting in the area that left him with long, tender memories. Sitting at a table with another man, Nazar listens as he is told about someone from the past who was involved in guarding the castle. The conversation turns mysterious when the man starts sharing strange stories about the castle, and Nazar listens attentively. The narrator appears stunned, claiming to have seen something in the castle, which further piques Nazar's curiosity. Nazar leans towards him, eyes wide with anticipation, asking what exactly the man saw. A dark story unfolds about a hunt that took place in the castle 10 years ago, and Nazar questions the purpose of such events. The story culminates in a blinding flash of light that envelops the castle in an aura of mystery and charm. Nazar expresses skepticism, believing that the incredible stories he has heard could be true. The memory of the Ice King's death 10 years ago resurfaces, linking it to the narrator's mysterious story and calling into question the past. Nazar stands in the Great Hall, reflecting on the past disregard for tradition and the ruler's death, considered an accident due to a fall. His surroundings are luxurious but cold. He ponders the hidden body of the king, questioning the mystery of whether the death was simply an accident. The decorated coffin hints at a noble but untold story. Amidst the opulent decor, Nazar recalls the story of the king's death by monsters, a rare claim. His skeptical gaze hints at doubts about the true cause. Nazar sits, finding the claims of monsters in the royal forest strange, since they believe they cannot enter. The elegance of the room contrasts with the gloomy discussion. In a dimly lit room, Nazar reflects on the time of bird hunting and the assassinations of the monarch, hinting at a connection. His solemn face reflects the seriousness of his thoughts. Nazar ponders the possibility of killing the king, who is associated with monsters, with a trick that suggests he is assembling a puzzle. The environment is dark and reflects the mood. Deep in thought, Nazar is lost in thoughts about Atracine. His thoughtful mood indicates an important discovery. Captivated by the shining bird, Nazar connects it with the attraction, hinting at an epiphany. The bird's brilliance stands out in an otherwise bleak room. Nazar seemed to be struck by some opinion. His attention was drawn to something unusual. The expression on his face was intense concentration. Looking thoughtful, Nazar thinks about Atracine, which may be creating a secret. His serious demeanor indicates a critical moment of insight. Nazar, a man with long black hair and blue eyes, reflects on the disturbing incident involving the Ice Kingdom that happened 10 years ago, stating that it is his only concern. A character with gray hair, glasses and a bow tie makes serious remarks about Nazar's behavior during the war a decade ago, hinting at a burdened history. A gloomy gathering of people in uniform is visible on the seashore, suggesting a scene of contemplation or recollection, quiet conversations. A tearful man stands before Nazar in a black cloak. The dialogue suggests that the man expected to become a leader looks lost, not meeting Nazar's standards. In a dynamic scene, a man in a fighting stance with a drawn sword confronts a shrouded figure, the tension between them crackling with lightning speed. Nazar, sitting in a richly decorated room, explains that the golden sword signifies belonging to a royal family or a significant government position, hinting at the Ice Kingdom. Nazar broods alone in the darkness, her confusion evident as she questions the necessity of her past actions, hinting at deeper plots. Nazar stands, assertive and determined, insisting on revealing the truth about the real reasons for the past events. His position demonstrates determination. In the blink of an eye, Nazar, fingers pressed to his lips, promises to reveal the truth when the dust settles, demonstrating strategic patience. Finally, Nazar and the man encounter each other, the mention of a feast hanging in the air, hinting at an upcoming event that may be more than it seems. In a dimly lit room, a man with long silver hair and a suit is talking decisively about the need to decline an invitation to a wedding. His face is serious, indicating the seriousness of the situation. With an air of submission, the same man acknowledges that someone is unaware of the situation, implying a secret or burden he is carrying. His fingers are elegantly placed, suggesting a gesture of clarification or explanation. A blond man solemnly delegates a task to someone else, assuring that a third party will be in charge of the preparations. His eyes are downcast, conveying a sense of authority and trust. Standing alone in a large hallway, a man calls out, asking for anyone else to be present. His stance is poised but expectant, a combination of elegance and attentiveness. A man named Nazar, with a bowed figure, orders him to invite the woman to the castle to meet as soon as possible. Nazar's tone is commanding, but there is a hidden urgency in his order. Thoughtful and pensive, Nazar stands with his hand on his chin, deep in thought. The luxurious surroundings indicate that important decisions are made in the seat of power. The thoughtful Nazar is depicted close up, his eyes looking into the distance, indicating concern or deep thought. His hand partially covers his mouth, hinting that he is having difficulty speaking or making decisions. The scene shifts to a view of a castle at night called Elinge Castle. The tall structure is illuminated against the night sky, radiating mystery and grandeur. The woman with long black hair standing by the horse at night is represented as Nazar. Her gaze is distant and her pose suggests that she is waiting or contemplating something deep. Finally, a woman is mentioned, believed to be Nazar. It is suggested that she is probably sleeping from exhaustion, so deeply that she would not notice the intrusion, hinting at vulnerability despite her strong appearance. Nazar, a man with long black hair and blue eyes, ponders why thoughts about a certain person increasingly occupy his head. Under cover of night, Nazar, cloaked and determined, strides towards his waiting horse, his figure in the moonlight creating a mysterious appearance. The woman screams in fear as Nazar approaches. She asks out loud when he will return, regretting that she missed his arrival. The bottle falls to the ground with a soft thud as Nazar pauses in his steps, perhaps surprised or considering his next move. A man named Mark, who appears drunk, bumps into Nazar, who is standing next to his horse. Nazar asks if Mark is drinking again. While Nazar stands sternly, Mark admits that he had been drinking, but insists that he was only a little thirsty, not drunk. Mark pleads with Nazar, suggesting that they have come a long way and deserve a rest. He offers to look after the beautiful horse, looking completely serious. Mark, clearly worn out, leans on his horse, talking to Nazar about someone who only listens to him, possibly referring to the horse. Surprised by Mark's sudden realization, he exclaims in delight, reflecting on the implications of his own words and their meaning in relation to Nazar. Nazar addresses Mark with a certain coldness, hinting at a secret or private understanding they share regarding the horse. Nazar, a man with blue eyes and long black hair, claims that there is still someone else he wants to talk about, recalling the need for a modest and calm heir. The man with the mustache appears confused, referring to "my wife," in a sleepy or possibly drunken state. The mustachioed man, now fully awake and alarmed, repeats, "What? Wife?" as if the reality of the situation had just hit him. With a look of realization and a little panic, the man with the mustache admits that he heard something, but explains that he learned a lot from frequent eavesdropping. Nazar questions the mayor's identity, wondering why such gossip is circulating in their house, while the mustachioed man looks on in shock, his mouth open. In the scene overlooking the balcony at night, Nazar points out that they have just returned from the Basque country, raising the issue of the sound heard at the wedding. Nazar, looking thoughtfully at the night sky, is focused on the aroma of the Basque lands, hinting at some deep thoughts or recognitions. The shock on the faces of Nazar and the woman in the maid's clothes is palpable as they witness something, perhaps shocking or unexpected, right next to the balcony. Nazar's gaze falls on the maid as she asks the reason for the loud sound they heard, expressing concern for her well-being. The woman, obviously upset and possibly injured, receives Nazar's attention and concern when he asks about what happened that led to her current state. In a bustling kitchen, Rosetta, a girl with golden hair, is surrounded by other maids, including one named Benny with brown hair. The maids seem worried as they rush toward Rosetta, who looks confused and sits on the floor. Rosetta is seen up close, with a surprised and slightly frightened expression on her face. Benny extends his hand, helping Rosetta up, simultaneously expressing concern and worry. The man, Nazar, with piercing blue eyes and long black hair, looks furious and defeated. The text suggests that someone has insulted Rosetta because of her origins, to which he responds with the word indignation. Tightly clenched hands with emphasis on a sudden, firm squeeze, indicating urgency or a defensive reaction. Nazar holds Rosetta's hand tenderly, looking at her with a thoughtful and concerned gaze. The atmosphere is tense, but intimate. The close-up of the hand shows damage, and the text inhales sharply, indicating pain or discomfort during the autopsy. Rosetta appears in the semi-darkness, looking down, her face filled with sadness and resignation, hinting at a deep, unspoken sorrow. Rosetta, speaking quietly, hints at her reluctance to share something that is bothering her, hinting at a secret or problem that she does not want to reveal. Nazar defends Rosetta, holding a sword and appearing authoritative and confrontational, demanding answers about who harmed his wife. The focus shifts to the maids in the semi-darkness. The mood is sullen and tense as the question of who injured Rosetta's hands hangs in the air. Rosetta kneels down, her expression full of worry as she looks at Benny, who is sitting on the ground, apologizing sincerely for the accident with the purple hair ribbon. Benny, in a green dress, looks upset, admitting her guilt in the accident that happened, holding the ribbon and looking at Rosetta. With her eyes open, Benny continues to blame herself for the incident, noting that if she had known, she would never have allowed the tape to be thrown into the fire. Nazar, with long black hair and blue eyes, looks down solemnly, expressing regret and apology. His remorse is palpable. Rosetta insists that Benny is not to blame, explaining that the situation was caused by a poorly placed hairband. Benny listens, her eyes wide with shock. Rosetta's eyes are full of confusion as she repeats the word ribbon, the cause of the chaos slowly dawning on her. Explaining the gravity of the situation, Rosetta stands behind Benny, her expression disappointed as she explains how close the tape was to being destroyed. Clutching the ribbon, Rosetta reflects that it was the only item she managed to save from the flames, symbolizing its immense personal value. Nazar kneels before Rosetta, his face marked by grim realization as he acknowledges Rosetta's bravery in returning the ribbon, a memento from her dead mother. Rosetta, blaming herself for her recklessness, holds the ribbon close, her actions driven by the irreplaceable nature of the object. Rosetta, with her golden hair, turns to Nazar, a man with piercing blue eyes and long black hair, suggesting that they discuss something later. Nazar's solemn expression suggests that he is thinking deeply about the conversation. The chestnut-haired servant Benny is kneeling on the floor with a worried expression. She states the urgency of treating Rosetta's wounds, emphasizing the risk of scarring if not treated promptly. In a tender scene, Rosetta and Nazar share an intimate moment surrounded by a warm glow. Rosetta seems surprised when a shirtless Nazar looks at her with a soft expression, signaling the close connection between them. Rosetta instructs Nazar on how to hug her without touching their hands, indicating a delicate situation where contact should be minimal. Nazar responds by carefully spreading his arms. Nazar carries Rosetta in his arms, ready to take her to the doctor immediately. The urgency is evident in his quick reaction to Rosetta's weakened condition. Benny, embarrassed, sits on the floor, clutching her skirt tightly as she watches Nazar carry Rosetta. Her face expresses concern and helplessness. In a fit of anxiety, the chestnut-haired servant gathers materials to treat injuries, following Nazar to tend to Rosetta. Her face is focused, ready to help. The red-haired maid speaks of wanting forgiveness and praying for both herself and Benny, emphasizing her sense of duty and remorse. Nazar gently advises Rosetta not to use her hands, saying they need to rest. His concern becomes apparent when he looks at her bandaged hands, indicating her vulnerability. The red-haired maid looks upset and thoughtful, touching her chest as if contemplating the seriousness of the situation, her eyes full of worry and regret. Nazar, a man with striking blue eyes and long black hair, adjusts his glasses. He examines his superficial skin burn, feeling confident that it will heal quickly, but it reveals a deeper, more disturbing pain within. Rosetta, the golden-haired woman, stands firm, her face a canvas of determination. Nazar, looking away, is excited, promising to prevent any harm to the kingdom, while insisting that he will not give in. A single bottle gleams under the lamplight on the table at the center of Nazar's intentions. He leaves behind a painkiller, its potency indicating its prominent placement and an implicit trust in its effectiveness in alleviating suffering. In the large room, Rosetta sits at a distance, her gaze fixed on something, while two servants, one with chestnut hair, Benny, and one with red hair, stand together. The mood is gloomy, a prelude to the unfolding of a drama. Benny, the chestnut-haired servant, is consumed with remorse, taking full responsibility for an unnamed transgression. The weight of her guilt is palpable, as she is prepared to bear the consequences herself. Rosetta objects sharply when she intervenes to protect Benny. The air around her crackles with her refusal to acknowledge Benny's guilt, her emotions underscored by her vivid facial expressions. Nazar raises his hand with a final air, signifying the end of the dispute. His words justify all those present, insisting that no blame is placed on anyone. His authority is not in doubt. In an intimate moment, Rosetta reflects on Nazar's behavior, noticing a sharp contrast to his usual presence, a rare glimpse of vulnerability that seems to have slipped past his wary exterior. In a tense standoff, Nazar, sword in hand, confronts the ice, his physique striking. Rosetta watches, her expression a mixture of worry and fear, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Rosetta ponders alone, regretfully intertwining her thoughts. She complains of her lack of caution, of her backward glance, tinged with a desire to turn back time, a desire that remains unrealizable in the silent room. Rosetta looks puzzled, her eyebrows raised, wondering what to do next, thinking, in this situation? She talks to someone, showing her hunger by saying, "I haven't eaten yet." Another, who is not visible, offers to cook something, asking, "Oh, make something?" Two women peer through the door, one of whom shouts, "Shh," as they secretly listen in on the conversation, hinting at an eavesdropping scene. Rosetta is relieved to thank someone for being discreet about a potentially awkward situation, saying, "Thanks for covering it up. That was awkward." She touches her cheek, feeling awkward. Nazar, with his striking blue eyes, joins in the conversation, acknowledging that everyone heard the incident, asking, "How's your belly?" in a slightly teasing tone. He continues, somewhat playfully, revealing the melodic sounds his stomach makes, a light-hearted admission of a natural phenomenon. In a refined setting, Rosetta talks to Nazar, recalling her caretaker's concern for reputation. She seems surprised by their interest in integrity. Rosetta appears shocked and flushed, pulling her handkerchief away from her face when she experiences a moment of unexpected emotion or revelation. In the royal chamber, Rosetta and Nazar share a moment. She seems to be in a state of suffering or deep thought when Nazar extends his hand, perhaps offering consolation. The interaction intensifies when Rosetta is visibly moved, wiping a tear from her eye, and Nazar watches the worry etched on his face. The moment feels tender and touching. The hand carefully places a round, patterned object on the surface, hinting at its value and the delicacy required to handle it. Rosetta, with her golden hair, looks surprised when she meets Nazar, who shows a gesture of deep respect or apology by kneeling before her. A moment of unexpected intimacy occurs when hands gently touch Rosetta's neck, prompting her to ask in surprise about the intentions of the gesture. Nazar sits thoughtfully, looking down with an expression of pity. He holds his hand in a delicate embrace, signaling a moment of consolation or remorse. Rosetta stands by the window, her eyes downcast, her body language reflecting a sense of defeat or acceptance of an unsettling truth. The tightly clenched hand in the bandage, along with the mention of a kitchen quarrel that escalated to a sword being drawn, illustrates a tense scenario. Nazar, looking sincerely at Rosetta, communicates not with his own words, but through a meaningful look, hinting that there is more to their conversation than seems at first glance. Delicately holding the purple ribbon, Nazar comes to a revelation, indicated by his dialogue, offering new insight into the event involving his mother. Rosetta, surrounded by bubbles, reflects on the greatness of the actions taken in her name, questioning their purpose and necessity with a mixture of wonder and skepticism. Finally, Nazar expresses a heartfelt confession to Rosetta, perhaps about a memory that the tape brought to the surface, revealing his vulnerability. Rosetta, the girl with golden hair, firmly tells the other not to continue his actions. There is a determination in her eyes that matches the seriousness of her words. Nazar, a man with long black hair and piercing blue eyes, reminds Rosetta that she is not in her homeland. He assures her that she does not need to worry as long as he is with her, but stresses the importance of her being able to take care of herself when he is not there. Rosetta turns away thoughtfully, asking a question that seems to question their future together. Her expression is worried and thoughtful as she seeks reassurance about their relationship. Nazar, with a strict but caring nature, agrees to protect her, but advises her to avoid reckless actions like she did that day. He emphasizes the need to stay away from dangerous situations, emphasizing a protective but educational tone. Rosetta smiles gratefully at Nazar, her face lighting up with a sincere, "Thank you." Her joy is obvious, and the flowers around her indicate the warmth and gratitude she feels. The scene moves to a more intimate setting, where Rosetta and Nazar share tender moments, exchanging meaningful glances. The atmosphere is calm and full of unspoken understanding. A close-up of their hands gently touching a basin of water captures a moment of caring and communication. The name Nazar floats on the surface, symbolizing the presence and tenderness between them. Rosetta, holding her hand over her heart, expresses a deep-seated fear. The worry in her eyes is clear as she contemplates the strength of her heart and the impact of potential grief. Two women dressed as maids serve Nazar food. They are ready to serve, indicating formality and hierarchy in the family. Finally, Nazar instructs Rosetta to remain where she is, his raised hand still. The tone is cautious, perhaps indicating a developing situation that requires her to stay safe and away from potential harm. Rosetta, her golden locks of hair, exclaims joyfully at the sumptuous meal before them, insisting that they eat together, her voice ringing with excitement. The dishes shimmer beneath the great chandelier, promising a feast for the senses. The next moment she asks with interest about the plate of shrimp, a dish unfamiliar to her. Nazar, a man with deep blue eyes and long black hair, confirms that it is indeed shrimp, suggesting that she has not seen them before. Rosetta, smiling quietly, admits that her family doesn't serve such food, her eyes widening in novelty at the sight of the exotic cuisine laid out on the table. Holding the shrimp tenderly on her fork, Rosetta looks at it with a combination of intrigue and hesitation, unsure of what to expect from this new culinary discovery. Nazar flippantly suggests calling a doctor, perhaps teasing her about her cautious approach to the new food. Rosetta declines with a gentle smile, asking him to simply continue feeding her, or to let her taste the food in the dark. With a raised eyebrow, Nazar asks if she really intends to eat in her current state, hinting at the unusual nature of the situation as he holds a fork filled with food. Rosetta looks depressed, her excitement fading at the unexpected turn in the conversation, her anticipation turning to mild disappointment. Rosetta takes a careful bite, the anticipation and reality of the new taste imprinting a moment of surprise on her face, her previous doubts seemingly dissipated. Finally, Rosetta beams with joy, the taste obviously exceeding her expectations as she proclaims the deliciousness of the shrimp, and the experience turns out to be delicious, despite her initial reservation. With her eyes shining and her hand covering her mouth in a graceful gesture of delight, Rosetta cries out how delicious the shrimp are, her initial fear giving way to pleasant surprise that it is nothing like the chicken she was expecting. Rosetta, with her golden hair, expresses her desire to taste the various dishes in front of her, especially pointing out the lobster and something creamy. Rosetta, savoring the spoon, seems amazed by the taste, suggesting that it is more deceptive than one might think, arousing curiosity. Nazar, a man with black hair and blue eyes, displays a stern and poised demeanor, his striking gaze indicating depth and intensity. The scene is a calm, backlit setting where Rosetta and Nazar are seated at a dining table, the warm, glowing atmosphere exuding elegance. Rosetta seems to recall the advice about the importance of trying seafood to engage in sales conversations, reflecting on past experiences. Rosetta seems to consider seafood an important part of the negotiations, noting that the people who trade in gems and deserts, especially from Capri, are quite special. While exquisitely anticipating her meal, Rosetta reflects on not refusing the food offered and the importance of emptying her plate, noting her manners. Nazar asks about the consequences of refusing to eat, hinting at the social consequences and grave consequences. Rosetta confidently advises against crossing paths with a person like her, hinting at a hidden threat along with her reserved behavior. In a moment of heightened tension, Rosetta accuses Nazar of hoarding all the desserts for himself for 3 years, adding a personal and possibly playful argument to their interaction. Rosetta, with her golden hair, seems uncomfortable with the form of address, asking Nazar not to use her anymore. There is an insistence in her eyes. Nazar, a man with long black hair and blue eyes, offers Rosetta more food with a calm demeanor, to which she refuses with a simple, "I'm full." Focusing on his plate, Nazar elegantly cuts into the food, symbolizing a pause in their conversation and perhaps a moment of reflection or decision-making. Turning to face Rosetta, Nazar reflects on what he has left behind, while Rosetta, confused, is surprised by the apparent absence of something important. In a more serious tone, Nazar tells Rosetta about his travels under the guise of trade, reflecting on the reasons for such a journey. The conversation takes on a deeper tone as Nazar expresses his desire to ensure safe trade routes free from the fear of monsters, revealing the defensive side. Rosetta watches, stunned by Nazar's revelation that monsters were not always a part of their world, showing their innocence or protected lives. Her expression becomes suspicious as she tries to reconcile her knowledge with Nazar's hints about the existence of monsters. Nazar speaks of an era filled with peace before the appearance of monsters, indicating significant changes in the history of their world. Nazar links the appearance of the monsters to a specific time, around the time of the founding of the Forest Kingdom, leaving a trace of mystery in the air. Rosetta, a woman with golden hair, appears thoughtful, expressing doubt with her shimmering green eyes as she asks if something is related. Nazar, a man with long black hair and striking blue eyes, sits across from Rosetta, casually dismissing her concern as a mere coincidence. Rosetta's gaze turns downward, the bubble indicating his silent contemplation as the weight of conversation lingers in the air. Caged, Rosetta reflects regretfully on her behavior, questioning her previous self-importance and her role in her current predicament. Nazar, his face partially covered, questions Rosetta's presence in this lonely place, emphasizing her loneliness. Nazar seems to be withdrawn, he says, feeling melancholy or uncertainty, as if he senses something beyond the horizon. In a dimly lit space, Nazar draws an analogy between the lunar cycle and human behavior, hinting at a deeper, repeating pattern. Looking at Rosetta from close up, with her back turned, suggests a moment of revelation or new understanding as she slowly begins to recognize the true nature of her surroundings. The strong man is depicted with a stern expression on his face, suggesting a moment of intense thought or worry, with a tingling feeling whenever he settles on a certain opinion. The lonely chair that Rosetta occupies when viewed from behind signifies solitude, leaving an atmosphere of contemplation or expectation surrounding her motionless form. Rosetta sits at the table and looks at Nazar with concern. Nazar gently touches her forehead, offering to take medicine if the pain gets worse. Rosetta reassures him that this is not necessary. Among the flowers, Rosetta looks at Nazar with admiration, but he looks thoughtful and somewhat distant. Rosetta would like to tell him that her condition has worsened and has asked him for help. Rosetta, with a playful glint in her eyes, tries to lighten the mood by joking that it is her hands that are cold, not her feet. She tries to ease Nazar's anxiety. In a tender moment, Nazar kneels beside Rosetta, who is sitting on the ground surrounded by petals. They communicate closely, peacefully, detached from the world around them. A hand reaches for a medicine bottle on the mantelpiece. The action appears deliberate, suggesting that someone is about to take or administer medication. Rosetta looks at the medicine bottle hesitantly, noticing its bitterness and deciding to drink it quickly. Her expression combines determination with a hint of reluctance. Rosetta drinks the medicine from a small glass bottle, trying to consume it quickly because of the unpleasant taste. Kneeling on the floor, Rosetta clutches her chest in embarrassment, while Nazar stands over her with a worried expression on his face. The situation seems to have taken a disturbing turn. Rosetta looks exhausted, leaning heavily on the table, and Nazar suggests that she rest. It seems that she has reached the limit of her capabilities and needs support. Nazar reassures Rosetta that he will be in the next room and tells her to relax. His presence provides comfort, although he maintains a watchful distance. Rosetta with her golden hair is being held back by a man named Nazar, who has long black hair and blue eyes. She looks at him, her expression full of surprise, when he firmly says, "Wait." When Rosetta looks at Nazar, she is taken aback and her face softens. There is a hint of shock and recognition in her eyes as she quietly says, "Ah." Rosetta's face shows her emotions growing stronger. Her green eyes are wide with worry and a single tear rolls down her cheek as she remains silent. In the final scene, Rosetta stands with pleading eyes, holding out her hand to Nazar. "Don't go, at least not like this. Stay," she begs, her voice reflecting the bond they have shared over countless nights together. Nazar, preoccupied with his concerns, shares his anxiety, and Rosetta listens, her golden strands framing her face and creating comfort with her presence. Rosetta calmly reassures Nazar, telling him that she has become accustomed to his scent, hinting at their close connection. Nazar looks thoughtful and a little taken aback as he processes Rosetta's words, his dark blue eyes revealing his contemplation. In the close-up, their hands are intertwined, symbolizing Nazar's silent promise to stay until Rosetta falls asleep, showing his care. The couple rest side by side, Rosetta sleeps and Nazar wakes up, reflecting the quiet, intimate night. In a solemn tone, Rosetta expresses her faith in Nazar, prophesying his future as a wonderful husband and father, her face glowing with confidence. Alone with his thoughts, Nazar sits in a dark room, with his back to Rosetta, enveloped in the solitude of the night. Nazar leans tenderly over Rosetta, watching her sleep, a combination of affection and concern appearing on his face as he ensures her peace. Rosetta, lost in thought, reflects on the harsh life she could have had without Nazar, her face a mixture of relief and despondency. Rosetta tenderly holds a purple flower in her hand, a symbol of fortitude, an expression of peace and contemplation. Rosetta, not afraid of risk, puts her hands into the fire, aware of the possible punishment that awaits her. Caught in a moment of reflection, Nazar reflects on the wisdom of his past actions, regretting that he had not been more careful. Nazar stands over the unconscious Rosetta, his stance tense with concern for her well-being. Sitting by her bed, Nazar holds Rosetta's hand with sadness, hurt by the nightmares that disturb her peace. Nazar and Rosetta embrace tightly, offering a glimpse of comfort and care between them. Rosetta's profile is an image of peace, although she continues to sleep, unaware of Nazar's watchful presence. Nazar rests next to Rosetta, his expression expressing guilt, hinting at a deeper unrest within him. Nazar defends Rosetta, his concern palpable as he whispers a sincere apology for his mistake. Rosetta is out of breath as she breaks out of sleep, her surprise evident when she wakes up. In a quiet understanding, Nazar's face is one of concern as he holds Rosetta, reflecting on the gravity of their circumstances. In the softly lit room, Rosetta lies on the floor, seemingly unconscious. Nazar, with his piercing blue eyes and long black hair, bends over her with a worried expression on his face. Benny, the brown-haired maid, bursts into the room, her eyes wide with shock as she exclaims in surprise at the scene before her. From the doorway, Benny watches as Nazar kneels beside Rosetta, who lies motionless on the ground. The mood is tense and urgent. A close-up of Rosetta and Nazar shows him hovering above her, their faces close against a backdrop of soft pink flowers. There is an air of intimacy and care in the air. Nazar holds Rosetta's hand tenderly, his fingers intertwined with hers, conveying a sense of comfort and connection between them. The sitting and waking Rosetta apologizes to Nazar for not noticing his presence, hinting at a polite and respectful relationship. Nazar checks Rosetta's forehead for fever, his touch is gentle, his face expressing concern. It is a tender moment of care. Nazar stands up, offering Rosetta a day's rest. He is domineering but caring, and she looks at him with concern but obedience. Rosetta, her eyes shining with a mixture of hope and mischief, asks if she can skip her duties. She is playful, seeking permission with an easy air. Nazar, who is now standing at the door, assures Rosetta that she can do whatever she wants, a statement full of love and trust. Rosetta, with her golden hair, conveys optimism, assuring that everything will be fine. Her green eyes radiate hope as she comforts. Nazar, a man with dark blue eyes, stands silently, his face a canvas of unresolved thoughts and emotions. When Nazar leaves decisively, saying that he only needs the night, Rosetta kneels, puzzled by his cryptic statement promising to carry out his plan. In a daze of confusion, Rosetta's questions hang in the air unanswered, reflecting her uncertainty about Nazar's mysterious intentions. Nazar, when viewed from the side, presents a contemplative profile, his gaze perhaps reflecting inner excitement or deep contemplation. Nazar is depicted as full-bodied, exuding a calm confidence, his long hair and unique outfits suggesting a combination of elegance and authority. The red-haired servant stands with Rosetta, who looks at him in shock. Their expressions convey a quiet alarm, perhaps hinting at the sudden turn of events. In the spacious corridor, Nazar instructs the servants, Rosetta and the red-haired woman, to prepare the ladies' breakfast, hinting at the hierarchy and routine in their daily lives. Nazar, depicted against a floral background, suggests that he has been lured into the world of trade, perhaps hinting at an unexpected venture or debt. The red-haired servant looks concerned as he asks if her tasks are meant for the lady, perhaps indicating confusion or a new, unexpected task. In the great hall, Rosetta, dressed in a yellow dress, stands next to a woman in green, addressing Nazar. Nazar, a man with long black hair and blue eyes, agrees to a celebration in honor of someone's return, but insists on the need for preparation. The woman in green, Benny, looks on worriedly, hesitating to speak. There is a trepidation on her face as she begins to voice reservations, but she stops abruptly, leaving her worries unspoken. Nazar reassures them, hinting that there is no need to rush the recovery of the person they are talking about. His calm demeanor contrasts with the glittering stars of confusion around him, signaling his carelessness, or perhaps his lack of understanding. Rosetta watches silently as Nazar walks away, his back turned to her. Benny, who remains focused on Nazar, looks confused and slightly startled by the interaction. Gossip fills the air as another maid, a woman with red hair, excitedly talks about Nazar's reaction, or lack thereof, to Rosetta, unaware that she is being heard by Benny, who watches with a combination of surprise and caution. Benny quietly muses, concerned about the potential consequences of spreading rumors, while the other servant seems oblivious to the possible consequences of her words. In a quiet moment, water is poured onto the clasped hands, symbolizing purification or preparation, perhaps for an upcoming event that was discussed earlier. Rosetta kindly offers to help Benny with her gloves, a gesture of closeness and kindness between them. With a soft expression on her face, Rosetta listens intently, her eyes hinting at sympathy and understanding, indicating a deep connection to the current situation. Benny stands at the window, her pity evident. She narrates her embarrassment to Rosetta, reflecting on her previous actions with a new self-awareness. The girl, clearly disconcerted, clutches her handkerchief tightly, hinting at inner turmoil or pity. She expresses guilt by declaring, "It's all my fault." An ethereal purple ribbon winds through the luxurious room, leading to a tense moment where one character says they should have taken care of this sooner, hinting at a prior oversight or delay. In a stately room, Rosetta, a golden-haired girl, is kneeling and being comforted by a woman with brown hair, probably a servant named Benny. Benny cuts a purple ribbon, comforting Rosetta by saying, "You are like a sister to me." Rosetta asks with sharp humility, "You know that, right?" The scene is intimate and emotional, and the petals hover around her, adding a sense of delicate tension. In a large, sunlit space, a red-haired servant expresses his gratitude to Rosetta for preserving a valuable item, addressing the owner with respect. Rosetta, looking thoughtfully to the side, listens to the red-haired servant, who implies trust by saying, "Looking at you, the Lord asked you to return this." "I thought so." The red-haired maid appears almost to be crying, her face reflecting sadness or worry, perhaps reflecting on the conversation or what happened. With a calm and grateful expression on her face, Rosetta humbly acknowledges the usefulness of her efforts, suggesting that they had a positive result. A red-haired servant and a young girl, perhaps another servant or a child of the house, stand together. The young girl looks stunned, which adds emotional weight to the scene. Rosetta graciously thanks someone for their help by bowing formally and respectfully, hinting at the end of an important event or exchange. Rosetta, with her golden hair, expresses her gratitude, while the brown-haired Benny replies in surprise, "What?" Зрение, показывающее ее путаницу. Rosetta compliments the servant, surprised by the unexpected praise, and Rosetta only smiles, attributing her happiness to the beauty of the servant. In a room lit by golden light, the blonde Rosetta shares a bright moment with the maids, remembering someone's clear gaze, and they all agree, laughing at the past events. Rosetta speaks sincerely to the maid who did well yesterday, admiring her courage, and the maid blushes, modestly surprised by Rosetta's compliment. In an elegant room, a red-haired servant approaches Rosetta with a request, and Benny looks at him eagerly, curious about this request. The tension becomes palpable when Benny leans towards Rosetta, asking her to teach her a foreign language, a request that surprises Rosetta given his unusual nature. Rosetta stands in front of the window, demonstrating her reluctance to teach the language, believing it to be unnecessary for the nobility, while Benny listens attentively. Rosetta admits that she would be glad to help prevent the disaster if Benny knew even a little speech, demonstrating a sense of compassion and missed opportunity. The final image shows Benny, wide-eyed with determination, against a backdrop of falling cherry blossoms, perhaps symbolizing a new beginning or determination. Rosetta ends the conversation with a sense of satisfaction, pleased with the outcome and looking forward to the future. In a dimly lit, opulent room, the council members sit at a long, ornate table. The white-haired elder Calanthe stands imperiously at the end of the table. The man explains that Riga has made Regina, a young woman from the Vosk tribe, his queen. The image of a man with a beard suggests that an unexpected connection may arise between Riga and the young woman, hinting at a common origin. A junior council member, raising a finger to emphasize, cautions the group to be more precise in their words, hinting at confidential information about Riga that should not be taken lightly. Calanthe enters the room, his presence silencing her. His demeanor is calm, but there is a hidden power within her. Calanthe addresses the council with a stern expression. He asks if they have not had enough time to discuss, pointing out that their conversation could have been overheard. The men at the table appear solemn and thoughtful, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on them. Calanthe confronts a council member, asking if Riga has explained her actions in choosing a queen. Calanthe discusses Riga's decisions, suggesting that Riga has found a way out of a difficult situation, and the man at the table listens attentively. The white-haired elder, Calanthe, asks if Riga's actions were in his own interests, prompting them to consider the well-being of their tribe. Calanthe's back is turned to the viewer, symbolizing the end of the discussion, and the council members look on, with a sense of unresolved tension in the air. In a somber setting, an elderly man with gray hair, Calanthe, expresses regret at the tragic outcome, lamenting that many had hoped for a different turn of events, perhaps alluding to the failed wedding. As Calanthe stands at the door, a younger man with red hair, Percy, enters the room. He looks solemn, commenting on the shared disappointment among those who had hoped for the role of queen to reflect the sense of collective grief. A Persian formally presented with the title of elder is presented in military uniform with a serious expression on his face, perhaps indicating his high rank and the seriousness of the situation. Calanthe, addressing the Persian, states that the matter is finished. Their conversation indicates a sense of finality, hinting that an important event has occurred or a decision has been made. The discussion becomes personal as Calanthe inquires about Percy's son, showing concern. Percy thanks him for his concern, noting an improvement, which may indicate his son's involvement in the recent events or crisis. Calente listens attentively as Percy recounts his son's conflicting feelings between relief and duty, revealing his son's inner struggle and the weight of his responsibilities. By offering support, Calente assures Percy that he is willing to help if needed, reflecting the bond of mutual aid and community between the two men. Their conversation is highlighted by Calente's soothing touch on Percy's hand, highlighting the offer of support and the depth of their relationship. The Persian is visibly touched by Calente's gesture, his features softening in what could be a moment of understanding and appreciation between them. Percy considers Calente's words, perhaps signaling a moment of realization or acceptance as he processes the conversation. In a dimly lit library, a red-haired Persian in an authoritative military uniform stands over another man kneeling on the ground, chiding him for drawing unnecessary attention to himself. The Persian stands before his reflection in the mirror, his face sullen and thoughtful. The weight of his decisions and their impact on his future seems to hang over him. The weight of his ruined plan weighs heavily on the Persian. He stands over the man who is kneeling, his head bowed in defeat. The Persian's disappointment is palpable as he mourns the loss caused by one thoughtless act. Many years ago there were hints of a tragic backstory to where their king was killed on Basque land, revealing a history of conflict and loss that has shaped the present. The Persian stands resolutely in the dark room, the decision clear in his eyes. He did not seek his current role, but circumstances have thrust it upon him, and he accepts it with solemn resignation. In the dark room, Percy watches silently as his younger brother plays an important role, a role that carries a heavy burden that Percy knows all too well. The flashback shows a dark memory. To save his beloved, he went to the Basque country. There, in the snow and silence, he faced his end, marked by a box and a single white flower. Holding a similar white flower, Percy stands in solemn remembrance. The elders have gathered to discuss the next ruler, a decision that weighs heavily on tradition and expectations. In a candlelit conference room, the elder Calente, with his white hair, proclaims the need for patience, hinting at the coming of the true heir, the moment that has been both awaited and feared. Calent, dignified and calm, stands before the council. His words are measured, but the gravity of the situation is obvious. They must wait to see what happens when the rightful heir appears. In a room lit by the blue hues of dusk, a red-haired man sits at a table. His gaze is intense, and his firm posture exudes authority. One might think of him as a king, silently holding court. A woman holding a baby boy swathed in white. The text speaks of a child born under a curse, with eyes as blue as the deep sea, indicating a mysterious or sinister beginning to this young life. The scene cuts to an old, discarded letter, the words faded and sad. It seems to carry a heavy secret about the queen, resonating with loss and whispers of past mistakes. In a dimly lit room, Percy, an elder with red hair, broods alone. Those around him speak of rejection, as he and his community turn their backs on the queen and her cursed child. In the back, a man with red hair, presumably the king, is seen looking out of a window at the blinding light. There is a sense of a turning point, a change of worlds, and an alignment of destinies. In the darkness, Regina, the queen, kneels, broken with despair. Her white hair cascades down as she mourns the lifeless body, hinting at the unspeakable tragedy that has befallen her. The bubbles float in the darkness, symbolizing Regina's shattered innocence. Her vindication is bittersweet, as it comes at the cost of ruined plans and shattered dreams. Regina is seen with her back turned, her dark cloak and loose hair framing the red-haired king in the distance. The image conveys profound isolation, hinting at the high price of loyalty and the despondency of being forever misunderstood. The man stands with his back to the viewer, beginning a meeting under the night sky. His posture suggests authority as he speaks decisively. The woman rides a horse at night, surrounded by glowing flowers, creating a sense of mystery and urgency in her journey. Nazar, with long black hair and piercing blue eyes, appears thoughtful under the night sky, hinting that he is making an important decision. He moves through the elegant interior, purposefully, communicating to his companion who is arranging the departure, his tone authoritative but calm. A woman in a blue cloak comforts a black horse while a man watches her, his expression suggesting a combination of curiosity and concern. The man in the hat reacts with surprise to the woman's appearance, asking about the queen's condition, his face marked with concern. He shares news of the healing and the disappearing scars, his relief obvious, hoping for the queen's speedy recovery, his tone full of gratitude. The man questions Nazar's gaze, and Nazar's response leads to an unexpected conclusion, creating a moment of tension. Their conversation returns to the woman, with the man initially skeptical of her, his body language dismissive as he recalls past prejudices. He admits that his attitude towards her changed after he learned about her brave actions. His previous skepticism was replaced by admiration. Nazar, with long black hair and dark blue eyes, was given a consoling pat on the shoulder by his companion, indicating a moment of shared sympathy or support amid unspoken tension. Alone, Nazar looks out of the large window into the night, his silhouette framing the luxurious room, the distant cityscape casting a faint light on his thoughtful face. Startled by the unexpected noise, Nazar quickly returns, his sharp eyes searching the room for the source, his body language tense and ready for any threat. Clutching his pistol, Nazar confronts his potential enemy, his tough and determined stance, the phrase, "unexpected mercenaries," hinting at a turn in his current predicament. When confronted by Rosetta, the golden-haired woman, Nazar assumes a position of authority as he questions her presence, his face a mixture of suspicion and power. Rosetta stands before Nazar, stunned and cornered as she faces his interrogation. She looks at him with innocence in her eyes, offering an explanation. She calmly explains her actions to Nazar, holding out a comb as proof of her truthfulness, her behavior reflecting sincerity and a hint of anxiety. As the air of tension clears, Nazar begins to understand the harmless intentions behind Rosetta's actions, and the possibility of conflict disappears. Rosetta continues, her hands delicately holding the comb that caused the misunderstanding, as she recounts the simple incident that brought Nazar to her. The misunderstanding is completely resolved when Nazar realizes the harmlessness of the situation, and the once heavy atmosphere is eased, bringing a peaceful resolution to the conflict. Nazar, a man with long black hair and piercing blue eyes, stands in a stately room with a serious expression. He is dressed in dark, flowing clothes with intricate details that suggest nobility. In her flowing white dress, decorated with intricate lace, Rosetta, a woman blessed with golden locks and bright emerald eyes, looks at someone with awe, a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief on her face. Nazar looks away, hiding his face in a gesture that expresses a mixture of disappointment and acceptance. Rosetta, watching him, looks both worried and stunned by his abrupt action. Turning his back, Nazar speaks in a calm but firm tone, radiating an aura of authority. He looks over his shoulder, his gaze conveying a warning to listen to his words. With a calm demeanor and a serene expression, Rosetta accepts Nazar's instructions, maintaining a relaxed posture and diligently performing her delicate task. Nazar visibly took a deep breath, his shoulders relaxed, and he thought for a moment about their interaction, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. After Nazar leaves, Rosetta decides to stay, calmly concentrating on the task at hand. The room, decorated with exquisite and rich furniture, serves as a clear indication of their high position in society. From the balcony, Nazar looks out over the vast and richly decorated grounds, while Rosetta continues to do her household chores. Suddenly, Rosetta's gaze moves upward, her eyes widening and filling with emotion, as if she were trying to catch an unspoken message from an invisible presence. In a complex relationship filled with unspoken dynamics, Rosetta stands with a playful smile, watching Nazar, who sits in a pose that exudes both dignity and melancholy.